Board revision is appointed annually by council and the meeting minutes of its minutes.
Mr. Chair, we are live.
Yeah, Fran, we have feedback, I think, from the other room.
Oh, okay, I will just mute. I will just mute myself for the time being.
Okay. Are we okay, Fran? Fran, are we okay? Fran, I can't hear you. Okay.
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, good. Okay, we're live. I'd like to call this hearing to order and acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory on the home and the traditional lands of the Ojibwe, the Cree, Dakota people, and in the national homeland of the River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and Treaty 3 territory. My name is Ron Merritt. I'll be your chairperson this afternoon. Introducing the panel members is Mr. Kent Len, and also via Zoom is Mr. Richard Whitbread. Our recording secretary is Fran Picoteau, and representing the city of Winnipeg from the assessment department is Mr. Travis Gretchen. To the Zoom participants of the hearing, please note that you will be placed in the waiting room until the property is called upon. When your turn comes, you will be admitted to the meeting. Kindly follow along the City of Winnipeg Board of Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host has admitted you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak in respects to your property. Once the hearing has been concluded, you may leave. This afternoon, we'll be hearing an application for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested has been described in each application, and we'll limit discussions to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anybody speaking in these matters must be sworn in. Please be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The board is appointed annually by City Council and is independent along with the administration. We make decisions based on the evidence provided at this hearing and issue a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decision in respect to application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to application of exemption from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the board's order. In respect to the hearing this afternoon, I will confirm the points of appeal with your properties to be addressed, with each applicant following the swearing in. We'll then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that the applicant may have. Then it'll be the applicant's testimony, followed by questions. Each party will have the opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all evidence about the application is brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live stream recorded and will be part of the public record. This afternoon, we'll be hearing items 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12. Madam Secretary, can you please affirm the assessor and swear and affirm the applicant, please? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Travis Gretchen.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I
Mr. Applicant, please state your... Oh, sorry?
I also have Mirek sitting in with me. He will be speaking as well.
Oh, okay.
Mirek Froelich.
Mr. Assessor, can you please state your full name and step into the camera view?
Merrick Frolick.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld?
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, the first property we have is 1375 Winnipeg Avenue West.
Or 6.
I believe that is 1376, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, yes, absolutely. Winnipeg Avenue West. Mr. Gretchen, whenever you're ready, you can take us through this property, or do we want to discuss some late evidence?
Yes, I believe that would be the preliminary issue, Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. Assessor?
Our position is that the Board of Revision will determine if the evidence can be submitted or not, even though it's late.
And how late is the evidence?
I believe it was marked a day late, so it was processed. It was only able to be processed the day after.
Mr. Newfield?
Thank you. Well, our position is that that's a reasonable time, and when in the 50 or so occasions in the last cycle when the assessor was late, we gladly accepted it because stuff happens. In our case, we've been having some major issues with the municipal board on appearances, and they've impacted our scheduling. And I believe we were about an hour late after 4:30. Thank you.
So for the record, Mr. Gretchen, please state the city's position in regards to the late evidence again, because I'm getting audio trouble. So
Our position is that it's the Board of Revision's decision with regards to that. The lateness was only a day, so it's reasonable in our eyes, and subsequently Mr. Neufeld gives us the same latitude if the situations were reversed. Did you hear me?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, I heard you. That was nice.
I'm all about the love, Mr. Neufeld.
I think we're going to shut it down, and we'll have a panel discussion in regards to what just surfaced.
Okay, I will just put the assessor and the applicant in the waiting room.
I thank you. We'll call the hearing back to order, and in regards to 1376 Winnipeg Avenue West, there is some late evidence submitted by the applicant, and the city has said that they are willing to hear the cases, and now we will proceed. And this is applicable to all the documents that we have. There's a 1 day late, but we're going to proceed with all the that we have on the docket. So, Mr. Gretchen, whenever you're ready, you can take us through 1375 Winnipeg Avenue West. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. File number 24-4182, roll number 1306055900, 1376 Winnipeg Avenue West. Roll years 2025, the reference date April 1st, 2023, and our assessed value is $288,000. There's 2 buildings with 1 premise. The year built range from 1952 to 1962, and wall heights 12 to 14 feet. The land area is 5,633 square feet, and the leasable area is 2,646 square feet. This gives us a land to plan of 2.13. Moving to my page 2, you'll see that there was a sale in 2018. So this is 4.5 years from the reference date. It was a multi-roll sale, which included 1376 Winnipeg plus the neighboring land. In 2018, that sale had a sale value at $19.65 per square foot for the land. Our current assessed value is $33.29 per square foot for the land. This does not include the value of the building. All the land comps that we reviewed are in the neighborhood of the subject and are representative of the land value it holds. We were able to review vacant land comps or comparables that were close to the subject property and found that they ranged from $33 per square foot to $51.
So sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. What page are these land comps on?
I don't have my land comps in the brief.
Okay.
I'm just referencing that they were available and they were in the range of $33 per square foot.
Yeah, I just wondering if the chair has any comment to make on that. I didn't see these that they had presented, and they seem to be doing it by the
Yeah, and the reason why we had done this, Mr. Neufeld, is because once we had looked at your brief and you did land comparables from the north end.
No, I'm not just, yeah, I get it, but
And so what we had done is we felt
gotta send them to us, don't you?
Share this information to the panel members, and as opposed to providing rebuttal evidence, we just
I would have accepted it.
Gentlemen, let me interrupt, okay? So, Mr. Assessor, you may proceed along. If Mr. Neufeld refrains from asking questions at this point, you'll get your opportunity after the presentation.
Okay, sorry, it's an objection I was raising.
Okay.
This is
Mr.
not.
Brixton, can you please?
Okay, so just to add to what Merrick was saying, I prepared my briefs, submitted them. After we received Mr. Neufeld's evidence, we noticed that he was making reference to land comparables. So we did a review of his comparables and found that it was important to mention we had land comparables that were closer to the subject and ranged from $33 per square foot to $51 per square foot. These land locations included McDermott Ave, Ross Avenue, Bannatyne Avenue, and William Avenue West. Moving to my page 3 for my rent comparables, you'll notice my lease ranges start from 2016 to 2021. The lease terms are 3 to 6 years. The leased area ranges from approximately 1,800 square feet to 3,100 square feet. The wall heights range from 11 to 17 feet. The effective year built range from 1956 to 1966. And the net rents range from $7.74 to $13 per square foot. Moving to my page 4, you'll see the workup for the property. Once again, the leasable area is 2,646 square feet. We have a rent in place of $8.40 per square foot with a potential rent of $22,226. Taking into consideration a 4% vacancy, we have an effective gross income of $21,337. After expenses at 3% and a $4 shortfall, we arrive at a net operating income of $20,274. After the capitalization rate is applied at 7.05%, we have an estimated rounded value of $288,000. My page 5 is a summary of the workup. Moving to page 6, you'll find our capitalization rates. Our cap rate was 7.05%, which falls inside the city's 20th to 80th percentiles. Page 7 includes.
I need to interrupt. I seem to be operating from a different document because your cap rates in my document are on page 9. Your cap rate table. And you're quoting different page numbers than what I've got. Are we on the same document?
1376 Winnipeg Avenue West.
13, yes, I have that, yes. I have your income
Capitalization rates is on what page for you, sorry?
9. The table is on page 9 on my document.
Oh, I got it down. I actually have to say something.
I'm not sure. I have on, oops, sorry, I have it on page 6 on mine.
And I have your record, your income value summary is on page 8 on mine. So are there 2 documents at play here? Mr.
Not
Chair,
that I'm aware of.
can you comment? Can you comment, Mr. Chair?
I think I'm with you, Richard.
Yeah, we're not following your document order. Now, the information is the same, Mr. Gretchen, but your document seems to be different than ours, or your numbering is different than ours. Your rent comparables are on page 6 in my document. You're muted.
One second, sorry. I'm just pulling up my digital copy to see if
I just want us to be working from the same document.
okay, I see what happened here. When it's saved, it appears that the maps and photos are just in a different order. So I had my maps and photos at the end. So they're in the saved copy, I guess, when it was moved to PDF for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Formatting has my maps on page 3, whereas on my copy, my maps started on page 8.
Okay.
So that'll be the only difference, and I'll just reference the online pages going forward. So what you have.
Thank you. I thought I was
Good.
I'm just going to kind of reposition myself here. So based on that, we are looking at page 9 was the cap rates. So our cap rate of 7.05% falls in the city's 20th to 80th percentiles. Moving to page 10, you'll find the Municipal Act excerpt. And then page 11, 12, 13 include the income and expense mailer that was submitted. And moving back, sorry, to realign here, my page 3 that you have, you'll find the maps. You can see the subject property is located in the northwest quadrant of the city. The second map shows the location, the city on Winnipeg Avenue, close to Notre Dame and McPhillips. Pages 9 and 10, pages 4 and 5 would provide overhead photos showing the building and the lot. That will conclude my presentation. I find the value of $288,000 to be fair and equitable, and respectfully ask the board to confirm this value. I'm now open for questions.
I thank you. Mr. Newfield, questions of the assessor?
Yes. How was the assessment created using the model and the income approach?
Correct. Yes, it was used the model.
Okay, and the zoning you confirm is R2?
The zoning correct is R2.
On your page, I don't know what page it is, but the one that the owner filled in, were you able to identify the use, the tenant, that the tenant's use, what they do? It says, I can't read this too well, mechanical?
Yeah, that's what I kind of read as well. It's not printed technical, mechanical. I'm not entirely sure what they do.
Okay. You didn't check any further into it to see what they do?
I did not know.
Is their usage approved under Winnipeg zoning for R2?
I am uncertain.
My guess is that the property like this would be probably under a grandfather clause, that they've existed there for a long period of time.
That's, yes, legal non-conforming.
Yep.
Okay. Did you look at the the sale of the properties for how much?
On page 2, the sale is for 170,000. As mentioned, this was a multi-roll sale, which included 1376 Winnipeg plus the neighboring land.
Right. So is the 170 the total or of it, or the allocation for the subject? Do you know?
I believe 170 was the total sale price.
Okay. Did you manage to find the breakdown for the subject?
No, sorry, I did not.
And did you review any details of the sale as to ascertain what was the motivation of the purchaser?
I did not have that available to me, no.
Yeah, they didn't complete the sales mailer, so we weren't able to get that information.
Okay. On this capitalization rate, which is applied at 7.05%, on your table, where does that come from? Like, what category is this?
On my table, you'll see the rates are applied throughout all industrial, single tenant A, B, industrial.
So, I know, but it's so it's an industrial rate?
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
And
the cap rate is model driven.
And the concept of a cap rate is, I'm going to lead here a bit, but it's the concept of the anticipation of the earnings from the site, correct? Or you can use your own words, but it has to do with what it can earn. Under what, how can you put an industrial cap rate on a property that does not permit industrial use? Under zoning, it only permits a continuation of the existing use. It does not permit any other use. So how can you have an industrial cap rate?
Well, there'll be a lot of properties that are zoned improperly, and they're being we're valuing them as they're being zoned at this time. And then our checkpoint that we would use with regards to this property is that we're saying that, okay, if there's a combined sale of both of these properties for $170,000 4.5 years ago, what's the value of our land? And in a perfect world, we would have wanted to negotiate this value to make this appeal go away. But unfortunately, we weren't able to, because the distances in the valuation process was so tremendous that we felt that there was intrinsic value in the land. And with regards to the research that we've done with regards to comparable land sales that are west of McPhillips, we felt that the value of this property would be a lot closer to the value that we are seeking than the value that you are seeking here today.
Yeah, that wasn't my question, though. I was just wondering about industrial cap rates, and on that topic, what is the nature of this particular neighborhood?
Well, the nature of this neighborhood is that there are, in these neighborhoods, there are lots of examples of retail stores or little corner stores that happen at one point. This is an old industrial building, which is very close to Notre Dame, which is a mixed-use commercial activities where they have retail, where they have different commercial activities. And it's, like we said, it's legally non-conforming. And so what we've done here is, when I did answer your question, is that even though that from a truly point of view of this property, it's legally non-conforming as industrial property, but we're looking at the overall value for this property, and we feel, is there room for a cut? Yes. is there room for a cut for the value that you're seeking here today? I would disagree with that, which is why we're presenting this information today.
Okay, yeah.
I
it
don't
doesn't
think there's
seem
nothing
that-
else to add on that, Mr.
Yeah,
Neufeld.
yeah, it doesn't seem like you're discussing on how this, your own value is created. Rather, we're talking about
We're looking at the
a
intrinsic
different
value of this property,
process,
Mr.
right?
Neufeld. And the property owner paid $170,000 for two properties 4.5 years ago, which is a part of the two reassessment cycles.
The comparables that you have in your rents, do you have the zoning on these?
No, I don't.
Okay. Um, and I'm asking questions, but the thing is, the chair said earlier about your verbal evidence. I don't have anything to look at on it. I can't question it, and I think that's a bit unfair. So that's all my questions right now.
I thank you, sir. Mr. Salam, Mr. Salam?
I can barely hear you, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Chair, I was going to say the same thing. Your volume is very down.
okay. How about now?
Yep.
It's,
Okay.
On my end.
All up. Okay. Mr. Salim?
no
Questions?
questions at this point in time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I thank you. Mr. Whitred?
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on Mr. Neufeld's questioning and sort of wondered about the evidence you submitted. Now, I think I heard Merrick say that you only considered submitting that verbal evidence after you saw Mr. Neufeld's written evidence come in. Is that correct?
Say that again.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Because-
Thank you, Merrick.
See, because there's two ways we could handle this situation, and and Mr. Neufeld does this very often in terms of presenting verbal evidence, which isn't in his brief. And so what we decided to do, as opposed to sending rebuttal evidence, we just said we would present this information verbally. You could take it for what it is, and we didn't. In a perfect world, if we knew that Mr. Neufeld was valuing this property on land, then we would have brought land comparables that were a lot closer to the subject property. So this is how we felt was the best way to address it.
So in effect, what do you want us to do with that evidence?
Well, the point is, we're presenting verbal evidence saying that the comparables that Mr. Neufeld's showing in his brief are not reflective of comparables of vacant land comparables that sell for west of McPhillips. Because in Mr. Neufeld's brief, a lot of his comparables are east of Salter, and the valuation process is completely different. That's like looking at values for land values in Wolseley and comparing land values in River Heights.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is challenge you, and sorry, Mr. Chair, this may take a couple of minutes. I would like you to go through your evidence again so I can write it down. You raced through it quite quickly, and I don't think that's fair to the board, as we have to now compare your verbal evidence to the evidence that Mr. Neufeld submitted. So would you just go back through that quickly, Merrick?
I guess I could repeat that.
Yeah.
So going back to, it would be my page 2 was where we referenced the sale, which was $170,000.
Yes.
This took place 4.5 years prior to the reference date. It was a multi-roll sale, which included 1376 Winnipeg plus the neighboring land. In 2018, we have the sale value at $19.65 per square foot for land. Our current assessment for the value is $33.29 per square foot for land. This would not include the value of the building. We were able to review the vacant land comparables that were close to the subject property and found that they ranged from $33 per square foot to $51 per square foot. The comparables that we reviewed were located on McDermott Avenue, Ross Avenue, Bannatyne Avenue, and William Avenue West.
And that value of 3329, what was that based on? What was the calculation based on?
29, if I remember, that's what we did is we took the assessed value of the property
Oh, okay,
and we divided it by the total land area square footage, not factoring the building, because usually in situations like this, when a person purchases a new property, the new owner, more often than not, will take care of the demolition costs. So the value for this property is in the land.
so, because that was my next question, is then what happens to demo? Is that built into that value?
No, that's strictly land value, because just the challenge with a property like this is usually these properties are owner occupied and it's hard to find market rents for them. So we're trying to, navigate as best as we can the valuation for this property and come up with a value that we've seen that's reasonable.
Okay, and those tie back to Mr. Neufeld's $12 a square foot.
Well, yeah, well, the applicant said that the land values are $12 a square foot, and we believe that the values of properties that are west of McPhillips and as my colleague has stated, all these properties are Ross Avenue West, McDermott Avenue West, William Avenue West.
Yep.
And when it's west, it means it's all west of McPhillips, which is significantly farther away from the areas used by the land comparables by the applicant.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, can we just reconfirm here? Was it 39.29 per square foot, or was it 33?
$3.29 per square foot for land.
Square foot. Okay, you said your comparables were $33 to $51 per square foot?
Correct.
Okay. And you said $19.65 for the land. That was based on the sale price?
That's what it was in 2018 at the sale, yeah.
And you said there was 2 properties associated with this sale?
Correct. It's the building that we're currently reviewing or have under appeal, 1376 Winnipeg, plus the neighboring lot.
Okay, and is that in your pictures here? Which page?
Yes. Sorry, I have to reference your online document because, as mentioned, my paper copies got different order here. So it would be page 4, the bottom page.
Okay.
You can see 1376 is a corner lot. So looking to the left, it's kind of cut off. But that would be 1380, the neighboring lot. You'll also see it page 5, both photos, the 1380. It just kind of looks like they have trucks and some storage items on the lot. So this is a vacant lot. There's no building.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Gretchen, the city's concluded value for the subject property doing the income approach. And
Correct.
It's all model driven.
Yes, correct.
Yet we're talking about land value. So, but I mean, the city's gone with the income approach for building and land. So is this a functional business that's going on here, or what is in the building, or is it got a business in there?
There is a tenant. As mentioned, it was mechanical something or other. I'm not entirely sure what their operations consist of, but there is a tenant operating this building. And we did have the assessment based on the model as mentioned previously, using the income approach.
Mr. Chair, if I can jump in.
Yep.
I realize the assessor has presented an ongoing concern. I asked the question and it was answered. The only reason we're talking about land value is they selected to comment on land value because Mr. Neufeld has submitted his evidence as land value. So that's the only reason we're talking about this. They wanted to demonstrate the differences between their land value and his land value, but they are going with the income-based approach that we've got in front of us. Have I got that right?
Yes, that's correct. So as mentioned, we'll discuss this further when we get to the applicant's brief, because you'll see his land values. We came across this when we received his evidence, not knowing that that was an approach that he was looking at. So we just found after we reviewed the sale, it was best to mention that our sales values that we have for comparables, once we pulled land comparables, were close to the subject and range from $33 to $51, because you'll see once he presents his evidence that there is quite a difference in our comparables, both in the price per square foot and the location.
Yeah, you've answered that adequately in my mind anyway.
Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Newfield, we're ready for your presentation.
I have a couple follow-up questions.
You may proceed.
Just based on what was asked. First question is these sales that you were going through, what are their zonings?
You know what, Mr. Newfield has had his opportunity to answer his questions, you know.
That was a question asked by a board member for details of the sales. Now I'm asking for a redirect, especially since I didn't even see these sales. What are the zoning of your lots?
I think it's a fair question.
Yep, okay, in fairness, so what we have here is we have a property on Ross. The zoning is RM Res. Our comparables on Bannatyne are RM1 Res. Our comparable on William is RM1 Res, so it's very similar to the subject property. And then the other comparables that we have, they're Vindus. Two of them are Vindus. We have two properties on King Edward, which are Vindus. And then we have two properties on McDermott that are VRES1.
Okay, so RM is multifamily, correct?
Yeah, RM is multifamily, yeah.
Okay. And a Vindu, obviously industrial, and VRES can be what?
What's that?
What's under the code of VRES1?
Well, let me pull up the definition here, but the point is,
I believe it's for single family and R2,
you know,
correct?
because what will happen on number one sometimes, let's just pull up this one here, like 1384. So yeah, so 1380, like right beside it, it's VRES1, and there are a lot. So what will happen with some of these properties is sometimes these properties consist of vacant residential one, and sometimes they'll have duplexes, right? And so the size of 1384 Winnipeg Avenue is the exact same size as 1376.
Right, but you're quoting a code from a search engine. So what I wanted to know was the zoning. So you can have a multifamily res, you can have R2 zoning, or you can have R1 zoning, which is single family. So did you clarify any of that?
What we looked at is the information that we've provided here is a general guidelines for these properties, and we have really nothing more to add with regards to this. This is just generally speaking.
Okay.
We're looking at the land values, and we look what's there's a lot of similarities with this, and then there's a lot of potential for this. Like I think, you know, you had stated that, you know, that this property has can be developed into a multifamily unit. So when you're looking at the footprint of the size of the building, you know, there's a lot of similarities in sizes of this building to 1376 Winnipeg Avenue to other ones that are on the same street.
Okay, but you're straying here. I just asked if you knew if they were single family.
And we answer that, so thank you.
Or you do not know if your VRES1 are single family or duplex. Is that correct?
No, we just did this for a general guideline. With
okay.
Land values.
And last follow-up question, since you brought these sales up, are any of them located beside a railway line?
Not that we know of.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Newfield, thank you. Your presentation, sir?
Okay, so I started off, I interviewed the owner and I said, why did you buy this? And he said, I demolish it and build a multifamily on his R2 land. So he's going to get permission to build 4 units on it in the future. That was his intent. He paid on my page 4. This is the breakdown of the 2 sites. So and I believe this is backwards. Yes, I'm sorry, it's backwards. 1376 and 1380. So 1376 is 5,633 feet. The allocation from the sale price was 123,533, and that's what he paid. What we did is we looked at the zoning, which is the predominant usage of land. I don't make assessment models. I look at real value. So this is what it would be, how it would be done at. The use is a legal non-conforming use. It's a contractor's yard. On my page 13 is the zoning for the city of Winnipeg, and you'll notice that contractor's yard is, and that's contractor's establishment is an industrial usage, and it is not permissible in R2 zoning. As a matter of fact, it's not permissible in any residential form of zoning, only in C2 and the industrial zonings. So it's what we call a legal non-conforming use. Now, the way the bylaws are enforced is if it goes vacant for a year from that usage, it loses any ability to be a legal non-conforming use. Illegal means they can legally do it. Non-conforming, it doesn't comply to zoning. So obviously, it'd be foolish to try an income approach on a site that has no property rights. It has those rights to perform on it as long as the guy keeps his doors open. So it's worth its land value. Plus, it was built in 1952. And the whole zoning table, if you notice and go through it and see what is permitted in R2 with this obviously commercial type of building. And the only uses that are permissible in R2 are listed on page, sorry, I'm just getting, page 11. Community gardens is permitted. Nope, that doesn't pay any money. And then on page, the prior page, page 10, you see that dwelling is a 2-family dwelling, single-family dwelling, or a conditional use multifamily dwelling. And that'll be based on getting 2 R2s together. That's why it's a conditional use. So there are no other uses for it. So of course you cannot value anything in illegal usage. We did look at land values, and my search, which I undertook on page 2, was based on the roll number. I looked at 13s and 14s, starting with the wards, and these are the ones that I came up with. And they're all, and I was looking obviously for similar size. They're marked VRES 1, but in my search, I am absolutely guarantee I put in a filter of R2 only. So these are only R2 lots, not single family lots, not multifamily lots, which of course will sell for more, just dual R2s. And I looked at the middle of the range, and as far as these addresses, there's 2 things that would sway your value. Firstly, it's beside a railway line. That's not a great location for residential, not a great location for anything. It is zoned residential. That's how it's going to be valued, with a rail line influence. And as a matter of fact, the assessor did not put that in their brief, but it does say it on the assessment webpage that there's a rail line influence. It is an active rail line. There's a crossing on Notre Dame that's still being used. And the second thing was that an R2 usage is one that rents usually, and providing rental accommodation for people traverses a lot of community borders. And you can pretty much argue that the entire belt in Winnipeg that stretches from La Jamodier up to St. James, north of Portage, is going to be in the same general area as rental properties, with very, very few deviations from that, though, because that's based on socioeconomic and what can people afford to rent. So I'm not comparing this to Tuxedo. I'm comparing two very similar properties, and these are the only sales that really came up in the R2 when I did my search that were within. You notice that the reference, the periods I used were from January 1st, 21 to April 1st, 23. And as I mentioned, in Ward 13 and 14. So the value at $12 in the mid-range comes to $70,000. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that's an absolute value. It might be higher. The owner did pay $122,000 for it. The issue with that is that when he bought it in 2018, we were still in a very low interest rate market, which meant that he could build his development, get a lower mortgage, and make more money on it. And one of the reasons he isn't developing it right now is because the interest rates are higher. So you're gonna get a mortgage, and your returns are going to be lower. I'm going to say this every single hearing. You're going to hear me talk about interest rates. They impact every facet of real estate. So that's why he has not developed, and that's why I considered it's probably worth less than he paid for it. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newfield. We hear voices again. Anyways, Fran, were you saying something? No.
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gretchen, questions of Mr. Newfield, and Mr. Frolick, questions of Mr. Newfield?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Frolick?
So what you're saying is that all residential, okay, can you explain to me the difference then? Why in our data that we were able to research, there's such a huge difference in terms of dollar value per square foot between properties that are in the north end and the west end? Because based on our research, and then we're under oath, that there is a difference. And wouldn't you say the baseline for this property, okay, there's no difference?
Well, that's a very unfair question because I haven't seen your data, but you did admit
we've done verbal evidence.
Let me just finish my answer. From what I heard of your presentation of it is that you selected multifamily, industrial, and you don't know if they're R2 or R1. Can you just cut it out for a bit there? You'll get
Gentlemen, can you ask one question, give one answer at a time, please?
Yep. I'm finishing the answer. And the answer was that he asked me how come his weren't considered, and it had nothing to do with neighborhood. He picked multifamily sales and industrial sales and didn't narrow it down to R2. Value in a property emanates from the zoning and what you can put on top of it in land. So I think that's the major consideration, is you just can't throw a handful of sales. The multifamily land sells for 4 or 5 times as much as R2.
I think you misheard me, Mr. Newfield, because all the zoning that we have here for our properties is for 3 of them, there are 2.
That's not what you said when you answered.
Well, no, and so you asked me, so what the question was, is the first question, how I answered the question, the parcel use code was VRES1. And then with regards to the zoning that we have here, our zoning is RM1 here, and our zoning on our other one is R2 zoning.
Well, okay, answer your question. You know, you're asking me to compare mine to yours.
Well,
I haven't
all
seen,
we're saying is that,
just a second. I'm saying I haven't seen yours. I haven't seen your date of sales. I haven't seen your addresses. I haven't been able to investigate where we're very typically in these sales, a building was on the lot at time of sale and someone coded it as vacant land, but it wasn't vacant land. So there's all these factors, and this isn't just show me. I'll tell you something, and how come you didn't listen to me?
Okay.
It's invisible. Sorry.
okay, and all I want to say with regard to that is that in your data that you presented here, is your data is parcel use code. Your information provided is not zoning. So there's a difference between VRES 1, which is what you've shown on page 2 of your brief, and zoning. And zoning has a different terminology and different letters than what you presented here.
Answer to your question. If you look on page where is that here? Sorry, page 4. This is a excerpt from a search engine called Sabre, which is run by the assessment department and the real estate Manitoba Winnipeg Real Estate Board. And we draw on the same thing, and everybody uses the so-called puck codes. In this case, they come up as VRES 1. VRES 2 is a different, it's for apartments. And VRES 1 is comprised of single family and multifamily. When you do your search, you plug in specific zoning. So I was able to plug in specifically R2 only. All of these are R2. On the printouts, which I provided you on page 2, they don't give you the printout of the specific zoning when you do an export to it. But you know, you have the information for at least 13 days. You can research them. I gave them to you, and you can look them up and see if they were R2 or not.
Well, if you know, it's just we're trying to be consistent with our valuation process. We had a sale that we were able to reference. We know that the price of land has gone up, and so which is why, you know, we disagreed that the value that you presented today. So we have no further questions. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Silan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question here. There's a building on the property. Is this building being used, or is it vacant, or is there a tenant?
Yeah, there is a tenant in the building. Last time I checked, and spoke to the owner 2 days before we prepared this brief, and the tenant is still in place.
Okay. Your numbers are based specifically on the land of 5,633 square feet.
That's correct. It's the appropriate way to value a legal non-conforming use.
That's all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Whitbread, please.
Mr. Neufeld, would the demolition of that building have an impact on your value?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was thinking about that too. When the owner bought it, he did so thinking he'd have to demolish. So, you know, what he paid for it at $122,000 represents his feeling of the value and incorporating the demolition costs. So it's probably pertinent to the way it sits today, a building that needs to be demolished. So that's why we were originally thinking the 122,000 was probably a fair number, but the concern was that the drop in land values over the last 4 years. But I wouldn't. Looking at this land, I mean, here you can see that there's a wide range of values here of 50%, and to say it's 12. I'm not crazy. It could be 14. It could be 9. It could be more. It could be less. He paid 122 for it. We think a fair number's Anywhere you choose to pick between 70,000 and 122,000, I think represents the market value.
And I just want to clarify.
Yeah, well, and that's, but yeah, I think you got to demolish it to achieve, and then maybe you can achieve a higher price after putting your demolition in, but you got to do it first.
Okay, let me move on to the next point. I'm looking at the photo in the assessor's brief, page 5. This just looks like a compilation of stuff stored. And I don't know if it's old computers or old machinery, vehicle storage. And can I assume inside 1376 building is more of the same for storage?
Yes, I walked into the building 2 years ago, and it was a junk shop. And outside storage isn't permitted in R2, but again, I think this reflects the legal non-conforming usage on it. You won't see that continue if the tenancy lapsed in the building.
And can you assume that this is computer equipment that may have what could be considered as environmentally harmful products, and that there may be a larger cost to dispose of that and get rid of it?
Well, I don't think they're computers. I think, like as I read it, they're mechanical contractors, active mechanical. I looked it up, and so the concern would be, you're on the right track. I think the concern would be how many of these are the old air conditioning units with Freon in them.
Yes,
And that's would be the concern. If this were redeveloped into industrial, the cleanup would be minimal. Redeveloping to residential is going to be a higher standard, so that's a question mark on it as well. Don't know the answers to it, and I didn't go that far.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
I thank you. Either party wants submission?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I did have something to say, and give me some patience here, Mr. Chairman. I think this is procedurally unfair what happened here. You got to bring out your assessment and you support it. You don't take your assessment and make it an attack on the appeal. But by doing so, what they've done logically is they've discredited their own assessment by giving mine much too much weight. So it's clear that they don't believe in it. And I'll leave the rest in your hands.
All right, I thank you. Let's press on to the next one that we have on the dock, which is 941 Sherbrooke Street. Mr. Gretchen, whenever you're ready. Mr. Assessor, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up my brief here.
That's fine.
Right. File number 24-3768, roll number 130803799000, address 941 Sherbrooke Street, roll year 2025, reference date April 1st, 2023. The assessed value is $438,000. There are 2 buildings with 1 premise. The year built ranges from 1926 to 1956. We have 11-foot wall height with commercial mixed-use zoning. The land area is 7,828 square feet. The leasable area is 15,690 square feet with a land to plan of 1.5. The zoning for this property, as with most facing Sherbrooke Street, are zoned for commercial mixed use. Moving to my page 3, the subject is located on Sherbrooke Street between Notre Dame Avenue and Logan Avenue, close to Arlington Street. This would be the northwest quadrant of the city. On page 4, you'll see overhead photos showing the building and the lot. Same on page 5. Moving to my page 6 are my rent comparables. You'll see the lease start dates range from 2017 to 2022. The lease term ranges from 2 to 10 years. The leased areas range from 9,300 square feet to 20,000 square feet. Average wall heights range from 12 to 16 feet. Effective year built ranges from 1956 to 1966. And the net rents range from $4.66 to $6. My page 7 includes the workup. Again, you'll see the leasable area at 15,690 square feet with a rent of $3.52 per square foot and a potential rent of $55,229. We have a vacancy rate of 15%, giving us an effective gross income of $46,945. After 3% expenses and $4 shortfall, we arrive at a net operating income $36,123. Applying an 8.25% cap, we arrive at a rounded value of $438,000. Page 8 includes the income summary. On page 9, you'll see our capitalization chart. Our cap rate of 8.25% is above the 80th percentile of cap rates by the city, as well as the highs from Colliers, CBRE, Cushman, and Wakefield. Page 10, you'll find the Municipal Act excerpts. Page 11 and 12 include the income and expense mailer, and that concludes my presentation. I respectfully ask the board to confirm the value of $438,000, and I'm now open for questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. McGill, questions?
Yes, you've got wall height listed at 11 feet. That's an external height?
Yeah.
And plan area is 5,230 square feet with 3 stories, correct?
Land area, sorry?
Plan area of the building.
Is 5,230.
Right, and 3 stories?
That's what it indicates, yeah.
Does that mean every story is about 3.5 feet high?
No, that's an unfair question, yeah. So
I'm trying to figure it out
that's an
myself
unfair
by
question,
looking at
Mr.
it.
Newcomb. You know what? This property was originally built in 1926. We're just going off all the field forms here. So, you know, if we did a measurement for this property, I'm pretty confident that it would be around 30 feet. And if we can do an external measurement right now, if you wish.
No, it's fine because
Yeah,
I mean,
because looking at the subject property here, it looks like it's about 30 feet if we were just sort of eyeballing it, you know, because it is a big building.
yeah,
And
no,
you can
I
clearly see in our brief here,
It would probably be 11 feet per floor.
time 3, yeah.
Well,
Because what
the
happens
reason
here is
I-
if you look at page 5 of our brief, Mr. Neufeld, you know, there's like 2 different sets of what would have been windows at one point, and then there's another extension on the other side there. So,
well, let me get to a more direct question. I'm looking at the pictures, and you mentioned page 5, and there's 2 upper floors with windows, and then appears to be a floor below grade with windows. And not every part of the building is at the same level. There's about 4 different levels here. So you know, when you look at the measurements on this, 5,230 times 3 does equal 15,690. I'm just wondering if you think that it might not be accurate. And I'm not making an issue out of it. I just would like it to be clarified if it's possible in the future.
well, we're using the same square footage as you're using, and so
I got it from your.
you know, I don't want to be that we can't answer a question that we don't know. So
No, but do you see that there's a possibility the measurement might not be correct?
yeah, you know what? You know.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I'm wondering.
No, but in
Now-
fairness, Mr. Neufeld, if we're looking at this property here, I don't know what that is at the very top of this building here, but the point is that that very top, which is almost a 4th floor, can almost fit into the lower floor that's on the southeastern portion of the lot. So I
Yes.
don't know what that consists of and what that space is. And it's not our client, so we don't have pictures.
Well, look, we're not going to take this further, and I like your
You opened up the can of
speculation.
worms, Mr. Neufeld.
I just want to know if you think that possibly there might be measurement.
Gentlemen, your square footage is exactly the same, so let's push on.
That's all. I was just bringing it up that I'm wondering if it wasn't incorrect. It's not. We're not making it a value issue, but that I needed to know. And this is done by the model, I take it, on loft valuation. Is that correct?
It is a model rent, yes.
And from the loft? A loft warehouse designation?
Well, there's a lot of loft warehouses are gross rents. So depending upon situation, so we have this property as a loft warehouse.
Right.
We'll use a combination of storage warehouses that we will have with this. So it's, you know, it's an old building and we have a very low rent on it. I think that's.
But the designation is loft, correct?
That is correct.
Your rents that you brought forward, are any of them loft?
I'm uncertain.
Okay. And your value at 325 a foot is not within the range of the your comparables. Didn't you have anything to support what you put on it?
Like we've stated before, a lot of the loft rents are gross. And so when we looked at we made a qualitative decision with regard to this because, you know, there aren't a lot of loft warehouses with net rents because of the nature of their building, which is why they have a 15% vacancy. So, you know, all of our comparable rents are significantly, our subject property rents are lower than our comparables.
Right. So you made a qualitative decision, and the decision was that it has a lower rental value than you could find in your comparables. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, we probably have this property listed as poor because of the age of the building.
Now, in regard to the capitalization rates, and you'd mentioned these other companies, does Collier, CBRE, or Cushman and Wakefield track buildings like this in their cap rate studies?
We use their cap rate studies as a general guideline to when you go through our evaluation process. So I don't work for Collier, so I cannot answer that question.
Well, these reports all have their definitions stated, and in mine, even providing it in evidence. Did you read those definitions?
I've seen them in the past, and I don't believe that loft warehouses are listed in your definitions.
Okay, so now if your rents are indicated to be lower than the typical ones, why wouldn't your caps be higher than the rates quoted?
Well, isn't our cap rate above the range that's provided by in our evidence?
Well, your rental range is
No, the question was with regards to the cap rate. So the cap rate we're using is 8.25, and none of the industrial cap rates provided by Colliers or Cushman Wakefield is higher than 7% or 7.5%. So that's an adjustment that we did with our valuation process.
and to your knowledge, have there been any sales of loft warehouses for investment purposes?
Not all properties are sold for investment purposes. A lot of 65% of our properties are owner occupied, so they're not investment purpose. They're not investment purpose sales. They're sales with regards to buyer and sellers who want to run their business.
This building transacted recently, post-reference, obviously. And we don't have to discuss what the number is. Did you have a chance to even look at that? Maybe for guidance?
You know what? And we did look at that for guidance, but there is over $100,000 difference between the value in the sworn sale and what you're presenting here today. And so once again, if we could have dealt this property and made it go away, to come to a mutually agreed upon value, we would have, but the gaps are too much of a gap, which is why we're discussing all these properties here today, or most of them.
I never heard an offer, sorry.
Well, Mr. Neufeld, as you know, you're very busy, and a lot of the offers that we make are rejected by you because they're not close to your values. It's just like the previous property here. You know, we made offers on that we thought that were pretty reasonable, but you know, you disagreed, so which is why we're here.
Gentlemen, I think we're getting off track. The sale is post reference, so let's continue.
Certainly. Now, in regard to the zoning, being CMU, did you review, is this a permissible use in the zoning?
Say that again, please.
What is the current use in the building?
The current use of the building?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's commercial mixed use, and it's similar to a lot of the properties that are on Sherbrooke.
No, that's not what I asked. What does Independent Fish do in this building?
I'm not sure what they do.
Okay, so you never checked to see if this is a legally permissible use, or this is in fact another legal non-conforming use?
I did not check, no.
Okay, and in regard to
Independent Fish Company, so you know, it's commercial mixed use properties at CMU, so it could have a variety of usages here. You know, it's just like with a lot of their properties on this docket, Mr. Neufeld, a lot of your properties are legally non-conforming.
In regard to the setbacks, which are 25 feet for rear yard, would you agree that the subject does not conform with the bulk zoning regulation?
That is correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Seelan, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the 352 per square foot, how did we really come up with this?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yes, the $3.52 per square foot. How did we come up with this
That's our model rent,
model? So it's model driven.
correct?
So the cap rates, that's I think on page 9.
Cap rate, our cap rate's found on page 7 and 8. The cap rate study, or the cap rate reports on page 9. Our cap rate in the workup was 8.25%.
Okay, and how did you arrive at that? I assume this is industrial, and this is out of the range for the city. Can you tell me how you got there?
The cap rate is also modeled.
Okay, how would the model be outside the range of what you have here on the sheet? Is that your highest rate, or?
I'm uncertain as to what the highest rate is, but it would be based off the age of the building.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank you. Mr. Whitbread?
You know, Mr. Neufeld was questioning you on the cap rate, and you made a comment that while this is model driven, you adjusted the cap rate to 825. Is that true? Or I heard Merrick, I heard you say that.
Well, no, what happened is the reason why this property is outside of our normal range for the city of Winnipeg is because it's a very old building, and you know, we have quality in our models. We have excellent, above average, average, below average, and poor. So because of the age of this property, you know, the cap rate would be much higher than industry standards because it's an older building.
But I did hear you say the words, we adjusted it to 820.
When we adjusted it, the poor designation is how we adjust the cap rate.
And is that through the model?
Well, yeah, everything we do in our terms of valuation is through the model. So here's an example, Mr. Whitbread. For if we come across a newer industrial property where all of a sudden our assessment seems too high and it's sold for something, it's sold for significantly lower, and we look at the sale price and we look at the rents and we're saying, ooh, we have this valuation too high. So then as opposed to making the property average, we would go below average in this situation to be more reflective of the sale price or the data that we've accumulated. So in this situation, this property hasn't sold for a long period of time. And so it's in an old established neighborhood. It was originally built in 1926. We have no reason to believe that there's been any significant upgrades for this property. Hence, it would have a much lower rent and it would have a higher cap rate.
Through the model, not through you adjusting the cap rate.
You know what? We don't adjust 230,000 properties every reassessment cycle.
No,
Once
no,
we look at a property and review it,
I get that.
then that's when we do the adjustment purpose. When we go through our evaluation process of our models, we'll
Yes.
look at information, we'll upgrade it.
The way I've always understood this, if something is a bit wonky, you look at it and you do have the ability to manipulate or adjust the value.
By the quality function. That's how we adjust it, by adjusting the quality function of the property. We don't go through every property and make adjustments to it because
I
the
totally
value is reasonable.
Merrick, I totally understand that.
Then I don't understand the question then, I'm sorry.
Well, you used the words, I adjusted the cap rate.
Yeah, we adjust all of our properties, even going through this process here today.
Can I interrupt? I think we're lost in translation a bit here. What I think Mirek meant to say is the quality has been adjusted, which may have a factor in the model driving the cap rate.
Thank you very much.
So by going from a average or high quality property and looking at this as a lower quality property, that low quality property is going to generate a higher cap. Hence the model pulling 8.25.
Thank you.
I think that clarifies things.
Yes, very much so. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Whitbread, thank you. I don't have any further questions or any questions. So, Mr. Newfield, it is your presentation, but just for the record, you submitted late evidence by your company, but the city has waived the procedure, so we are proceeding with hearing your application for revision. So, Mr. Newfield, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I really appreciated Mirek having a translator. That was good.
All right.
It was just funny. It was good. It's always enjoyable. I'm not mocking anybody. I enjoy this. So the property is a fish fish property. Now, in its earlier years, these properties actually processed the fish, froze them, stored them, sold them, and did everything on site. This property was purchased by Neptune, who are on Dufferin, bit of an amalgamation, and I think that the usage on this hasn't been processing for a long time. I think it's mostly just frozen storage. I haven't had the chance to go into it because they just purchased it, but one of the issues we had with it was and incidentally, the purchase date was April 30th of this year. So this is rather new. So the side of it, and I wasn't asking these questions for any other reason, just to try to give everybody clarity on how the floors are made. But when I looked at it and drove by and looked, and I didn't get a chance to go in it, I'm looking at the picture on page 3. This does not look like a 3-story building. The windows on the right side are levels, and the window on the left side, there's one upper level. I mean, that could be a stairwell to an upper level storage area. I don't know. So difficult to pin down the floor area, and as a result, it makes your whole valuation a little more difficult to do. And also not every part of it is the same height. We did use the city's measurements for now, because essentially when you're dealing with properties in the $3 range for rent, the size differential of 1,000 feet is not going to make much differential overall, but it makes you want to be more conservative in your outlook on it, rather than chasing a higher value. And essentially that would be the major difference between myself and the assessor. He's at 350. I looked at this space and I said $3, because that uncertainty, and the rents I'll show you later. The rest of the stuff we pretty much agreed on. And then the capitalization rate was the big issue. Now, there's no such thing as a cap rate for something like this. They don't cap. They never do. The last time we saw a cap was actually 51 Akins, and that was several years ago. That was a sale, and then a short-term rental range thereafter. They just don't happen because they're not desirable as investment properties. So the concept of a cap rate is rather hypothetical. And the way we looked at it is on our bottom right, page 1, is if the market for something like this would be in the 8% range, and then just looked at the differentials, and they were rather obvious: location, site size, access to it, configuration. I mean, it's a freezer. The coverage ratio, it doesn't have any space on it. The building size and the layout, especially the layout's bad. The age of it, quality and condition. You know, this is how we do it, adjusting in caps. And I had this thought this morning that I'm going to keep sharing, is that this year cap rates have been very, very rare in the last couple of years, because really COVID has just messed up the investment market. Too much wait and see, and they're rather scarce, and there have been a lot of changes in usage as well, which makes it hard to find it. So the city has their model. We have our model, and our model is transparent because we show you how we arrive at a number. So if you disagree with something and say, hey, I don't believe you that it's a bad location, it's a good location for fish, well, there you go, change it. That's what the board's prerogative is. I used a 5-point differential. If you don't believe it, that's a cap rate is a half a point lower. That's the math on these. Each point is 1/10 percentage point. And that's the way that we should be looking at this on an objective analysis. Go through the 23 points and not simply say, well, the model said this and that, the invisible model. And I don't like it that it's the invisible model, because the burden of proof is on the assessor to show their system works, not hide behind it. It's always the model's fault. In this case, the model is a complete failure. The property, as I mentioned on page 2, that's the layout of it. So the yellow is the outline of the building on the lot. So it doesn't conform with CMU zoning in that it is you're supposed to have a 25-yard setback. It just means that the future use of this building is questionable without continuation of the current use to meet zoning. It would be deemed a legal non-conforming use, 1-year vacancy, and you have to deal with it. You have to demolish parts of the building or demolish the whole building. As far as the actual use of it, now I was looking at the tables, and I couldn't figure out what fish freezers were. It would be a storage category, I believe, like a warehouse category with there are some retail sales through it, but that's not the primary use. The primary use is a warehouse. So that would be covered under page 9 of the zoning, and something with wholesaling, and that's not permitted in CMU. So again, it's another legal non-conforming use, which impacts the future revenue of it. You're not going to have a guaranteed income stream. The stability is weak. The rents we used on page 4 for comparison, and the range of these is fairly broad. We had some proven rates as early as 2010. And the last batch of rates I got were only asking rates. And on the side, it's marked gross or SG for semi-gross. And we don't always get the explanation of the difference between the semi-gross and the gross, because essentially there's three elements. There are the property taxes, the utilities, and the regular repair and maintenance costs. On buildings like this, so if you look at the last 5 current asks, ranging from 450 to 6, the taxes on this tend to be fairly low. They're about 60 to 80 cents a foot. Utilities is just going to be heat. So you're looking at rates that are, if you're steam heat, you might be 80, 90 cents a foot, gas a bit more to $1.20. And then maintenance, which people aren't spending a lot of money to fix up old buildings. So essentially the conversion from gross to net is anywhere between $2.50 to $3 a square foot, which puts the range of the rents that we have here as low as $2 a foot and as high as $3 a foot. So and that is, and now if you're wondering, well, what there might be a market change in these rents, there isn't, because these rents aren't market driven. Where these are opportunity rents, where if you have the empty space and you can find someone to fill it, you take the income you can. They don't really move with the market. And that's what got us to our $3. So overall, we had a value of $237,000 for it. And I, as with the other property, I think that there's a lot of variables in this that, and it's not the type of property that lends itself to the income approach. It lends itself, usually these buildings are direct comparison approach. So if we were able to determine we had 15,000 square feet of upper level space, then that's going to be the real test. And so we have it at about $15 a square foot. The range of loft property sales in Winnipeg, we have a book here, and I'm not going to introduce new evidence, but or maybe I will. The loft sales are generally been between $10 and $20 a square foot for these styles of buildings, and the difference will generally range on alternate use, as what's the land worth, or is there a use that I can put to it that fulfills my needs. It's a wide range, and there are some that have been going at the higher range if they have the capability of a retail conversion. For example, the penthouse building on Princess had that ability. This building does not have that ability. With its style of construction, if you started coring holes in it to put in the water lines, the building would probably fall apart. So I think we're in safe ground, and I caution that the range on these is more, or it's broader than you would see for most types of properties. That's my presentation.
Well, thank you, sir. Mr. Gretchen, Mr. Frolick, questions of Mr. Newfield?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Frolick?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Seling?
Could you just give me a quick definition, a quick and concise definition of loft properties, like when you refer to loft?
Multi-level industrial, older.
Okay,
With,
thank you.
you know, with variations.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
I thank you. Mr. Whitbread?
I have no questions.
I have none either. Any other party want submission?
I had something very brief to add.
All right.
You know, as I mentioned, this would go by sales. I'm not gonna, the assessor has introduced new evidence. I'm just gonna tell you, I did find one sale on Dufferin, $19.96 a foot for a loft. And that's exactly what I said, $15 to $20 a foot. That's how they're going to be valued. And I think that that's an acceptable range for the board to look at, between the $15 and $20 a square foot. And I'll leave it in your hands. Thank you.
All right, I thank you. I think we're going to take either a 5 or 10-minute break. What's the census?
10 minutes, please.
10 minutes, all right.
Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll back at 2:45. All right, we'll call the hearing back to order, and the next property that we have is 1350 Wall Street. Mr. Gretchen, whenever you're ready, you can take us through that property.
File number 24-4172, roll number 13011540000, address 1350 Wall Street, roll year 2025, reference date April 1st, 2023. We have an assessed value of $558,000. There's 2 buildings with 1 premise and a year built of 1949. Wall heights range from 11 to 20 feet. And the land area is 39,990. The leasable area is 3,885 square feet, with a large land to plan at 10.29. On page 2, you will notice there was a recent sale in 2023, a few months before the reference date. The sale price we have is $575,000, which is above our current assessed value at $558,000. Moving to my page 3, the subject map is located in the northwest quadrant of the city. You'll see on the maps, it is on Wall Street between Wellington Avenue and Notre Dame Avenue, close to St. James Street. The overhead photos on page 4 show the building and lot. As mentioned, the land to plan ratio is 10.29. You'll notice that there is a large amount of space for parking, storage, or future development. There is also the potential to subdivide and sell off a portion of this land. Moving to my page 5, we have additional photos provided. And page 6, you will find my rent comparables. Lease start dates range from 2017 to 2022. Lease terms from 2 to 10 years. The leased areas range from approximately 2,700 square feet to 5,500 square feet, with average wall heights ranging from 9 to 16 feet. The effective year builts range from 1956 to 1978. And the net rents range from $6.84 to $9.86. On page 7, you will also see included the land comparables. So we do have land comparable areas ranging from 11,000 square feet to 23,000 square feet. And the adjusted sale price ranges from $8.09 per square foot to $21.60 per square foot. The excess land area we have of the subject property is 16,232 square feet, with a land unit price of $12.50. After rounding, this is $203,000. Moving to my page 8 for the workup, you'll see the $203,000 near the bottom of the workup as additional land value. Going back to the top, as referenced, the leasable area is 3,885 square feet. We have a rent of $7.09 per square foot and a potential rent of $27,545. A 4% vacancy is applied with an effective gross income of $26,443. Expenses at 3% and a $4 shortfall give us a net operating income of $25,028. A 7.05% cap rate is applied, giving us $355,007 plus the $203,000 additional land value. We arrive at a rounded value of $558,000. My page 9 includes the income summary. Page 10 is the cap rates. Our cap rate of 7.05% falls inside the city's 20th to 80th percentiles. And page 11 includes the municipal act excerpts, and page 12 is the income and expense mailer. That concludes my presentation. I respectfully ask the board to confirm the $558,000 assessment, and I'm now open for questions.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Gresham. Mr. Newfield, questions of the assessor?
Yes. What is the current use on the subject property?
Manufacturing light.
What are they making?
Manufacturing light is the zoning. The use, it's a towing company.
Okay. Yes, I thought, now is that a legal use in M1?
I'm uncertain. I believe so, but I don't have the full definition of what is permitted and not permitted in front of me.
No, does if the towing company rent this, or do they own it?
The mailer doesn't indicate if it is leased or owner occupied.
Okay, and the rent you applied, you have broken this down into, the income, you've broken this down to building rent and then land value? Is that how this was prepared?
The rent is this $7.09 per square foot is, sorry.
So my question was, you're using a different approach on portions of the land, correct? On one, you're using an income approach, and the other using a direct comparison approach. Is that right?
Well, for this property, we have surplus or potentially excess land for this property. And we felt because it's beyond our 4-to-1 ratio, we felt that there's value in the land, which is why we placed an extra surplus land value on this property.
My question was, you confirmed that those are two different methodologies of valuation?
I don't necessarily agree with that. It's the income approach to value, and then we subsequently have added additional land value for this property. So there's
how does your land, how did you arrive at your land value? Is it a direct comparison technique?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
Okay, so you have two approaches. Now, how many legal titles are on the land?
Was that in my brief?
Do you know how many legal titles are on the land?
No, we don't know.
Are these two portions able to be marketed separately?
There's always potential for development for properties to be looked at. At the end of the day, the property owner could add additional building onto this property, and so there's value in that potential of adding another building.
Are these two portions separately legally marketable? Yes or no?
Not at this time.
And when you say not at this time, is there a process you would have to go through to subdivide in order to make them separately marketable?
Yes, there would be.
To your knowledge, is this in process or been considered?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. This building on it, page 5, have you been in the building?
I have not inspected the building, no.
Well, it looks awfully like a residential property. Do you have any information on the construction?
I do not.
Okay. And are any of your rents on page 6 towing compounds?
Or what, sorry?
Are any of your rents on page 6 towing compounds?
Not that I'm aware of.
And how much land goes with each of these sites for their rent?
Land to building ratios on these were ranging between 3.07 and 6.53.
3.07 to 6.53. And so the determination to call this excess land was based on exceeding the 4-to-1 ratio. Is that what I heard?
Correct.
Okay, so what would, which one is at the higher end at 6.53 to 1?
Which is what, sorry?
Which one is at 6.53? Your high
1344 Spruce Street.
1344 Spruce. Okay. Now, what would have been wrong about using a different rent to establish a higher land ratio and therefore doing it all in the income approach?
Yeah, you could use both methodologies. You could put a higher rent, or you could actually, or you can, or use a lower rent and put a surplus land or excess land to this property. In this situation, what we've done is we've added a land value to this property. When we look at the overall valuation for this property, our assessment supports the recent sale.
Does each section of this land have its own private approach?
Well, when we're looking at the potential for this property, there seems to be enough room for there to be enough room for properties to be built on either side of the lot.
And have you researched this with the approach bylaw to determine whether or not one would be approved?
Like I said, it's a complicated process. I'm not an expert in that process, but we're looking at the overall value for this property, and that's our focus. And there's a recent sale price to justify the value that we presented here today.
Did you research the sale?
They did not provide us an income and expense mailer, but we did do is that we they did not complete the sales mailer, but we did research the title for this property, and the property does look to be a different buyer and seller for this property, and the property does seem to be clean. In terms of, it's not a related sale.
Okay, and aren't there more factors than that in researching sales, or is that as far as the assessor goes?
Well, this is the information that we have. We did a company search and we got a title search.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Salen?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread?
So usually, from what I've seen over the years, anything over a ratio of 5.0 requires a look at least to see if there's excess or surplus land. And I'm always the one to jump on it. Now, in this case, you've got a 10 times ratio, and it seems okay to look at it for division, but I'm starting to question that. This is a towing company, and I'm looking at like at least 9 or maybe 10 tow trucks on the property. And I'm thinking at rush hour, if they all went to work and they all hauled the cars in, would that not require most of this property to fill up? And unfortunately, I have some experience getting towed away to towing compounds, and there are a lot of cars in there late in the day, at the end of the day. And so might a 10 times ratio be a reasonable ratio for a property of this nature?
But who's to say that moving forward,
may I finish,
this property has to be a towing company?
May I finish, please?
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Yeah. No, I lost my train of thought. Shoot. Okay, so you're saying it is a towing company, but it doesn't have to be.
Correct.
Right. But it is a towing company. And so in the face of what it is today, and has been since, I don't know, has it been this way since 1949? Do you
I
know?
don't have that information in front of me as to at what time the tenant
I
started
understand.
leasing.
And I understand that it could be sold, but as a going concern business, might it require 10 times? And so your excess land is kind of moot, and I'm just thinking out loud, in my mind, is that
In
a
our value,
moot?
in our valuation process.
Yeah.
And there's different ways, and Mr. Newfield has made reference to this.
Yeah.
There is value in this land. We've done a normal rental rate with regards to other properties that have a land to building ratio between 3 and 6. This is 10 to 1. This ratio here is 10 to 1, right? So we use an excess land calculation at 4 to 1. So
But
the
I've also-
argument is that, you know, we valued, you know, a dollar amount for the land value. However, you could, so we have a rental rate of, what's our rental rate? You know what? If we used a rental rate of $10 and eliminated the land value portion of it,
Yeah.
then what would happen here is then we do a fair calculation. And just off the top of my head, you know, you add, excuse me here for 1 sec. If you add, so our value without the land is $355,000.
Mm-hmm.
Add that by a third, right? That would add the value to just around $400,000. Our valuation is $558 and it sold for $575. So just roughly speaking, would the rent be higher if we didn't have the land value? Potentially, it would be. But this is how we evaluated this property.
I hear you. I find it interesting because I've had a lot of pushback in the past at a $7 or $8 land value or ratio, and saying, no, we don't have to because of business purposes.
No.
But I'm hearing your presentation, so thank you for that. No, I'll let it go at that. No further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. It's interesting to note that in determining the value for the subject property, that there was a sale in January of 2023. So I think the excess land is around 40% of that's the way, I guess, the city determined it, and the ratio should be 6 to 1, something like that, or close. So I'm just wondering if you work towards the sale, or did you investigate the sale at all to see whether it was sold privately or through MLS or anything like that?
Yeah, we were not able to find any research with regards to the sale. Like, we couldn't find a sales listing for this property, but the ownership of the buyer and the seller are 2 different parties. And so we do have that at our disposal. And then we also have the information from land titles.
Okay, I'll let it be. Thank you. Mr. Newfield, your presentation, and I just want to note that there was late evidence submitted by the applicant, and the city has waived that part of it. So, Mr. Newfield, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. A couple of things. This methodology of a concept of excess land is not the correct methodology. You stick with one approach. If you identify that land could possibly be at a greater ratio, your choice is either to find a rent of similar size that has similar land allocation, or perhaps find land rents and do an income approach on it. Similarly, if you're doing the direct comparison, you try to find an improved property with the same land ratio. We do not mix and match, and it's primary valuation. And I know the assessment department's model does it. And it's unfortunate that they do have a fair amount of people with appraisal designations who haven't fixed this issue. I don't want us to be here all day, but my first job, I tried to do what the assessor did. That was when I was a candidate member. My mentor, Tom Beach, yelled at me for half an hour. And it was, you know, if you knew Tom, that was just par for the course. But he just went up and down. You do not do it this way. And but you know, what we have here in when we start talking about assessments is we have a rather informal kind of evaluation. It's not a good form of evaluation. So I had the assessor capitalized a ground rent on it to add it to the income stream. Okay. Had he looked at the sales approach, that's okay, but not a mix and match, because 2 + 2 does not equal 4. It might equal 7 or it might equal 3. And that's the truth of this. Now, this particular property was purchased, and I know the owner quite well. Sometimes I advise him, sometimes I don't. His track record on his purchase is below 500 in terms of successful ones. He takes an awful lot of chances. I didn't even know what the sale was when I first looked at it, and I just heard it today because I put my blinders on, because it's not part of our arriving at it. Especially, I think he characterizes the problems in the definition of value: willing seller, willing buyer, knowledgeable and informed. That's not always the case. It's more a question of opportunities and impulse and risk taking. So I'm not inclined to consider it that way. Now, when I looked at this, the first thing that came to mind is looking at this, I don't know, old house on the property and a Quonset at the back. Not exactly your top rank industrial buildings. These are pretty low quality, and it is a towing compound. My immediate reaction would be that really these improvements don't really add to the highest and best use. We are talking about land value. I asked the question about a towing compound. It's actually a conditional usage in M1, so it could be a permissible use. So it's a bit stronger, more pertinent to the equation than we previously looked at. You know, it's funny, we didn't disagree on $7 rent, but you know, I don't look at the excess land on that basis. I simply say, I agree, the 300,000 is not the number we should focus on. There is value in the land, and it's without the buildings. The alternative would be to capitalize a ground rent, and ground rents typically will be at 1 acre plus the total ground rent, because people want to park their semi-trailers, and that's what drives a good ground rent. So you might get $12,000 to $15,000 net for a nice ground rent without a building on the site. So too small for capitalizing the ground rent. And then the other way was look at direct sales, and we just ran out of time on that to find it. But I admit that the value of 300,000 is on the light side. Nothing to do with the way it was calculated, because the $7 rent is what you're getting for a lot of the miscellaneous industrial and on Wall and Aaron, and no disagreement with the assessor. The cap rate is the disagreement. And I mean, I'm looking at properties that are at end of life, 1949. They're not built for this usage. Quonsets usually last 20 to 25 years. And I don't know that converted house, how long that lasted. I'm gonna just give you a line that is in the cap rate report of Collier's about the change, and that's on page 32, underlined. Double-digit cap rates seem possible in 2023 for a few select assets, as the impact of a new rate environment is felt in every market. Yeah, select assets, that's a euphemism for less desirable assets, which would be this one. We don't track properties like this, but we do comment on them, and that's our comment. Outside of the national firms doing cap rates, this is getting close to double digits, and we showed our reasons why. So then the other way of looking at it was the highest and best use, which is the principle of all valuation. It's the land. Now, the land sales I had looked at, unlike the assessor's land sales, I'm getting my rebuttal in while I'm getting my presentation in. You'll note that his sales were between 2014 and 2019. So our focus on sales was the west side of the city, 2019 and forward up to the reference period, and industrial ones. And there weren't a lot of sales that occurred. The one that struck me as being really similar was Oak Point, which was at 628 a square foot. I had not looked at that site until a few days ago, and it is an irregular shape on it. So I think that the land value is probably higher than 628 a square foot as just as land. So I'm just going to make a change to this. I think that the number is probably closer to. Sorry, I have to convert. I'm trying to convert my heads to acres rather than.
It's close to one.
Yeah, I'm thinking like the rack rate we're seeing for industrial land in around is roughly 400 an acre, and this is a better shape and better configuration. So I think if I was using the acreage on this is okay, I'll do it that way. 400 an acre, so 39,990 divided by 43,560, 0.918 of an acre times 400,000 is 367,218. 367,218, rounded to $370,000. That's 400,000 an acre, and it's just land value. That's our change in value, and the summary is that the building has no value, no contributory value to it. It's reached the end of its economic life, and the purchase is someone who I'm. If I told you what I said, if I told him what I said about him, he wouldn't be offended. But I would not classify him as a knowledgeable purchaser. He's an impulse buyer, and I wouldn't put weight on. So that's our requested number, 370,000 as land value.
I thank you, Mr. Field. Gretchen, questions of the applicant?
I just have one question with a comment that Mr. Neufeld had stated, is when you do your cap rate analysis, do you put the value of land, of surplus land or excess land to your cap rate during your cap rate studies?
The ones I've seen break down, what they'll do is they'll when they do it is they take the sale price and subtract a value that they believe the land holds, and then do a cap rate on that residual value and the income. I've seen that being done, and I don't think it's appropriate. I think, but that's what a lot of introductory real estate brokers think is okay. They don't have standards to meet. When I would do them is I would probably impugn, is that the right word? I would probably stabilize if there were excess land, and I would add potential rent on the excess land to find a cap rate. And then you'd have to notify the users of it that, I adjusted this for the excess land by adding some rental value for it. That's how I would do it. That's the right way. I'm not saying it because I'm doing it, it's the right way. It's the right way. Never mix multiplication and division, or multiplication and addition. which is direct comparison.
So
And
are you saying when you present information on cap rate studies at the municipal board, you don't put a land value on during your analysis to develop a cap rate?
I don't think I've ever run into that situation. I'm trying to remember. There was one someone gave us years ago in 1345 Redwood, and I looked at it and I laughed because the person who did it put excess land on it, and it was like a 2-to-1 ratio, no, 1.51 to 1 ratio on land value, and somebody said it was able for further development. That's the only time I've ever seen it, and I didn't use it.
Okay, well, I agree to disagree with your comment, but no further questions. Thank you.
I do have a question.
All right.
On your page 2, looking at the areas, our excess land area is 16,232 square feet. Our total land area is 39,990 square feet. Your comparable land sales range in areas from 118,000 square feet to 3.2 million square feet. These are significantly larger areas. I'm just curious, in what way did you consider them similar to the subject property?
The sales I selected were not cherry picked. This is all that was in the west side of Winnipeg after my cutoff date of 2019. This is what was existed. Now, what you're actually referring to as a concept, is there an economy of scale on this? The economy of scale in industrial is everything varies in every different usage. It's based on a semi-trailer in industrial. Can you fit a semi on your land and turn around? And that's the bottom line on this now. So this property is 60 by 60 meters. So actually you can turn a semi around on it, not 10, but a couple. So it has that character to it. The one on Oak Point is a semi-trailer parking lot. But the industrial is built around, in Winnipeg, it's built around road transportation, not lawns, not river views. It's road transportation. So everything has to relate to that. So I think what I would see as an economy of scale is that as you get smaller, I think your sale price per square should go lower because of the lack of utility to meet the function of industrial.
Are you done?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
I thank you. Mr. Selen?
It's just a question here. I think you said you were working with $7 a square foot. And then you seem to change, and I think you came up with a different value of, if I heard correctly, $370,000 for this value. Can you just clarify?
Yeah, sure. On page 1, I had two premises of value. One was, an income approach on the building, and then the other at the bottom of the page was based on the highest and best use, which was the entire lot as vacant. And so I had one value of 250 and one of 300,000, and the appraisal profession is geared to what's called the highest and best use, which is we are required to look at the best value that could be made on this land. So if on that basis, I would have picked 300,000, but when I revisited this after this was made up, I thought that the land value was higher than that, and that's why I changed it. We have to go to the highest, which is, I think 400,000 an acre is a fairly standard number for industrial land. And that, so I don't know if that clarifies you. I had the two numbers there, 300 and 250. I took the 250, changed it to 370, and that has to be the number I use.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you.
looking,
Mr. Whitbread?
Mr. Newfeld, I'm looking for evidence in your presentation to the $400.
You know, that,
Have you
yeah.
got any?
no, I didn't present any. That was verbal. The one I thought that would be the most pertinent was on Oak Point. And I think I just discovered late in the day that late in the series that it was in a regular shape. And I guess the $400,000 is just a number that within Colliers that you would see being a fairly standard industrial rate for most all industrial users. The lands in Centerport Way are getting a bit more because they got better transportation routes. They'll hit 450 for service land, and there's not any lots available inside the city of Winnipeg that are being marketed. There's a few in St. Boniface Industrial, and they're down at 270 an acre, but they're not desirable. This is just my experience. I apologize. It was a last minute change I'm making.
And is that the recommend or the number you want to stick with?
Yes, it is.
And was that based on, did I get this right, 0.918 acres?
0.918, yes.
Thank you very much. No, I have no other questions, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
All right, I thank you. Mr. Newfield, you talked to your client
Yes.
and he paid $575,000 in January 2023.
Yes.
What did he tell you about this?
He heard about it from a friend and he was interested in it, and he decided to buy it.
Do you have a tow company business?
No, he sells computers.
Okay. So was this an investment in a property or a business?
This was a speculative transaction, we would characterize it as. This is the nature of his transactions, is that he sees what he believes is an opportunity and takes a risk on it. See what he's the same guy who owns 1376 Winnipeg that we just heard from, and this is where this is what he likes to do, and I can name more of the deals that went bad than went good. There's a strip mall in Portage Avenue that didn't pan out. There's another building on Erin that didn't pan out. There was 3 on Notre Dame. One is turning out okay now, but it was rough going. 2 that aren't doing well. You know, and he did well with his King Edward sites, because that time he bought 3 in a row, and that's working out. So it's he would be called a small business risk taker and investment on land investments.
All right.
Mr. Chair, we are going to be a long day ahead of us. Can we keep it relevant, please?
Okay. Summation, either party?
No summation, thank you.
Okay.
No, we're good.
All right. Let's press on and we'll go to 333 McPhillip Street. And Mr. Assessor, there was a non-co-op issue, I understand.
Yes, there's no non-cooperation.
Okay. And that's the city's position.
Correct.
Mr. Newfield, your comments?
Sorry, let me just get to that. I'm not sure what was
That's
submitted.
fine. Yeah.
One sec. Okay. I know that I don't see his submission here, but I know that we forwarded it to the assessment department. And essentially, they're not disputing the fact that a return was not made. I want to get this right here. So I'll just read you the specific details on it. And leave it for a decision. Okay, so this was a family-owned property, and there was a husband, wife, and their 2 children. The father passed away in 2020 and turned it over to the 2 sons to operate. And the one of the sons left, and the guy who was left running the property and look after it was Jeff Gilfix. He had a stroke in October of 2021, and he was hospitalized for a while and unable to complete the form, and that's his issue with it. It was a medical issue, and I was trying to find out if there was a history of compliance over the years. He tells me that after he got better, that he filed one after the fact, and as far as he knew, they were filed before then. The building has been vacant for years, and that's not so much. Well, it's a mitigating factor in that their income and expense form would have been useless to the assessor because there's nothing to report. But it's also an indication of not only could they not respond to forms, but they couldn't even look after their own buildings. That's his case. I can, like I said, the assessor. You confirm, Travis, you got the email, didn't you?
Yeah, could we actually present our information first? But I do have one question that I'd like to ask Mr. Neufeld. Is that what was the father's name who passed away?
Gilfix.
No, no, that's the name, but what's the father's first name?
Yeah, I don't remember. You know, I met him actually about 12, 15 years ago. So I don't know.
So I'll just, if it's okay with Mr. Chairperson, I can present my information, but you can actually see it in the back how we did send out the non-compliance letter. The history of the property.
So Mr. Frolick,
Yep.
Are you not going to seek the non-co-op?
We are. So what I thought I was going to be giving the opportunity to present our non-co-op information.
Yeah, but you know what? You know, in the non-co-op, if the panel rules that you know, denied or granted, you know, it changes who presents first.
Well, yeah, I understand that. So it's and that's fine. It's just, you know, every chairperson runs it differently. We're usually given the opportunity to show our non-compliance information in the history.
Well, I think it's there in the evidence, so it's up to, you know what? So you're going to seek the non-co-op.
Yeah, and the reason why I asked, because it's always the board decision what happens with non-compliance. But when I looked, because there was a transfer of this property, and I didn't see the father's name. I saw the 2 brothers' names on this property, but I never saw the father's name, or I was looking to see who the father's name was. And just to confirm, so they have completed the mailer in 2023, but prior to that, we hadn't received the mailer since 2009. And that's all I have to say with regards to the property.
Mr. Celine, do you have any questions? Because we will, and Mr. Whitbread, do you have any questions in regards to what we just heard? Otherwise, we're going to take a recess and deliberate.
Well, I do want to address one thing.
Okay.
I'm looking at the letter of June 9th, Merrick.
Yep.
And it's to Gilfix Holdings Limited at the address. There's no recipient noted on it. And I heard Mr. Neufeld testified that the building has been vacant for years, and it seems to be in some disarray because of family circumstances.
Well, there's
So-
actually two businesses.
Let me finish. So I'm going to say, Mr. Neufeld, is that true? There's some disarray and it has been vacant for a number of years?
Yes, that's exactly the position, and for the reasons, they told you,
Yes.
family issues,
Now-
death, family issues, and sicknesses.
Is mail to this address being addressed? Do you know, is it being dealt with? If there's no one there.
I don't know. I mean, this is still old time post office, so they get
Yeah.
door to door delivery.
Okay, so you don't know.
No, I
Now,
don't know.
Merrick, in your letter and in your dealings, it's really the respondent's responsibility to keep you updated at the assessment board. Is that correct?
Yes, and we did get their statement.
No, that's
Yes.
for Mr. Frolick.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's the respondent's responsibility to update you, readdress ownership changes, etc. Is that correct?
Yes, but what's interesting for this property is there's two businesses that are running in this property. Travis, you had that up. It was Bushfire Signs, and there is also Clean Harbors Canada. And I do believe that the property owners are the brothers in question. So there are businesses located in this property.
But are they tenants or are they businesses run by the owners?
Yeah, one's a tenant and one's an owner.
Oh, okay. So we do have people at the building.
No, that's not true.
Well, we're basing it on the information that was given to that we have listed here. So if that's the case, Mr. Neufeld,
Then
I can't dispute that because I don't have mailers in the past.
then let me bring my question back. It is the responsibility of the owner to keep you updated as to address ownership changes, etc. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a yes or no.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
No further questions.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
I have a
Sure, sorry.
question.
Kent, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. So Gilfix Holdings has address with the appeal of 333 McPhillips Street. But I see on the letter is 335 McPhillips Street. Is that the two different buildings, 333 and 335?
No,
There's units within the building. So the building consists of, based on our records, 333, 335, and 339.
Also, you have three addresses.
Yeah, there are
It's multiple units. It's one building.
Yeah.
Multiple units.
Now, just to put some clarity on this, the building goes back. First time I visited the elder, Mr. Gilfix, he had G&S batteries, and you might have seen that as you drove past McPhillips. And then Brushfire Signs is always there, which is his as well. So the entire building was owned and operated by the family businesses. And then when the elder, Mr. Gilfix, passed away, I think they closed the battery shop, and since then it's just gone vacant.
So, would this really be just one mailing address for?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know where, the mailing address is based on where the tax bill goes, and I guess that's the address they gave for the tax bill. But it's, I don't know. I mean, I never thought of that. I don't think it's an issue here where
The building address is 333 McPhillips. Based on my understanding, the owner's company, Brushfire Signs, they occupied unit 335. So they would have selected that their mail go to their unit 335.
Yeah, but okay, let's just be careful not to make assumptions, okay? That's an assumption, but the point is, we have
It
three
is an
civic.
assumption in the sense that our
We-
tenancy shows that that was the unit they occupied.
Okay, but we have three civic addresses. We have an entire building that's owned and operated and occupied by multiple family businesses. And as to where it goes or who gets it, everything after that's an assumption.
the assumption, like you said, is who received it. But on the letter, the mailing address was 335 McPhillips, and that's kind of what I'm stating. 335 McPhillips is within 333 McPhillips. So they would have selected or provided that to us in some way as their mailing address. And that's the last time that they would have updated their mailing address to us. And then as Mirik had mentioned, there was, and you asked as well, we do not have a history of receiving mailers from them. The last mailer submitted was in 2009.
I have enough information, Mr. Chair, to move
Okay.
forward with this.
I just
right.
have one further question, Mr. Chair.
Go.
I turn to page 16, it says signature available for June 15th. Can someone clarify? It says delivered at 11:44, and then it says 11:44 a.m. Signature available. Is that
Excuse me.
telling us it was a signature, or is that just a description?
Page 15 and 16 would be the information that we received from Canada Post, including the tracking number. So it does show that it was sent out and delivered. It says signature available. At the bottom of page 15, it indicates that someone by the name of Jeff G indicated or received the income expense mailer, but there's no signature on it. Canada Post is the one indicating that a signature is available. So whether it was they didn't submit it to us, I'm uncertain as to that.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, I think, Fran, we're going to shut it down and we will deliberate amongst the panel members. All right, I thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the next one on the docket, which is 333 McPhillips Street. Mr. Assessor, both of you, you are seeking the non-co-op, but you're going to have to read it into the record for the record, please.
File number 244062, roll number 1309-227-1100, address 333 McPhillips Street, roll year 2025, reference date April 1st, 2023, and the assessed value is $788,000, and we are seeking non-co-op.
And the panel has made the non-co-op issue, and it has been granted to the city. So therefore, Mr. Newfield, you will be presenting first.
Okay. I have a different rentable area than what the city has, and
Yes.
I have 8164 square feet, but we didn't have any information and actually I was incorrect. Apparently there is one actual tenant in this space, but it's for all intents and purposes empty. I think we used the gross area rather than the rentable. Let me just see what the city had here.
What did you say your area was?
Yeah, we used the gross floor area instead of the leasable area.
So the leasable is 7,431.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. But we use the gross area. So essentially, to compare it, when properties like this, we rarely see a gross up for common area because it's wall to wall. There's no deductions for vertical penetrations of any of the sort, and an industrial measure is usually what they call window inside to window inside. So, but if we are speaking in numbers that the assessor uses, then our rent would be $769 a square foot, and I believe that we're not very much different here. Our gross is 63,470. Their gross is 63,470. We're at 57,148. I don't think that's the nature of our dispute. The dispute centers around the vacancy, which is a chronic vacancy. Some of the circumstances were external issues and some were market issues. Regardless of who caused them, there is a vacancy. And there's no such thing as saying, oh, well, maybe you did it yourself and it doesn't count. No, it counts. It is what it is. So we used 15%. And then the other factor was the capitalization rate. The issues with this property are the irregular shape of it. So every unit has an angled part of it, and the parking is very, very limited for clients of it. There's rear parking and shared with the properties that abut it, but it's very, very limited. So it's got a very low amount of land and absolutely no room for semi-trailers, which again is the determining factor for land area in any style of industrial use. And it is an industrial use, clearly, on a retail storefront basis. The rents will therefore drive lower than they would be for retail, of course. But our issues had to do with the coverage ratio being lower, the building size being irregular and it being older, and the quality and condition. Again, it hasn't been kept up for years because they didn't. They were physically unable to do so. That doesn't make it go away. It's still in low condition, and so our cap rate on this is 8.75%. Then on our page, much further on in it, we have on page 32. I mentioned the comment about it seems possible in 2023 to have double-digit cap rates. Well, this is a property that would be in the double-digit range. It's not a great investment property. Our classification for industrial, page 33, this is not one of them. For example, the clear height on it is low, and it doesn't receive or ship. It's not a good industrial building. What we we're trying to do this year is to be a bit more descriptive, and on page we had on page 44 to give you an idea of grades of so-called industrial space. So the first one being a Class A, and this is what we call a flex. This happens to be the redeveloped brewery lands with, so they build a high ceiling building in bays of, I think it's 60 by 100, 6,000 feet. And then you get multiples of them, and they're all at a high enough height that you could add a second floor inside, or build out as the tenant required. Truck access from one side, vehicle access from the other. That's your Class A industrial. Class B is, I saw this Western Glove and I thought that's a pretty good Class B. Well looked after. It's manufacturing, which is not the same as distribution or flex warehouse, and just a well-kept building. Inferior location. Your typical industrial building is the Sikh style, and I don't know where this is. This is like in Inkster Industrial, but these are what we see an awful lot of. The subject will be fairly close to this, except it lacks the land, so it's a sub-C class industrial grade, and these are bays. You can see that they're all lower ceiling, much like the subject. And then the D would be, that's not a great picture of it, but now the miscellaneous is the Old Dominion Bridge site. So we have multiple grades of buildings, and this would be somewhere between a C and a D. And from the investor's point of view, the concept of low ceiling heights lack of loading means it's got a limited appeal as an asset. You're looking at miscellaneous users with poor covenants, local users rather than large institutional users. That would be our estimate of the value. So we're at 460,000. That's my presentation.
Mr. Neufeld, so what would be the cap rate of your Class A building that you've shown above here at 1725 St. James?
I'm just got to refer to our table. So we had something like that. We would be in the 6 to 7% range.
Okay. And so when we look at the Collier's report for industrial, because that's one of the premium buildings in the city of Winnipeg. And so according to Collier's, a cap rate for this property would be 5.75.
No.
Well, according to Richard, CB Richard Ellis, the cap rate for industrial A property would be 5.5%.
Sorry, no. First of all, where are you reading this from?
Well, this is this is the cap rate analysis that's been provided that we provided in all of our briefs.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, the Collier's cap rate Q1 2023 is an error, and I've been I don't know. Visa talked to her yesterday, and she told me I'm not allowed to send in rebuttal information more than less than 24 hours in advance, so I couldn't file it. But there's an error in this Q1 2023 report. It's actually not Q1 2023. It's from a prior period, and no one changed it. So that is not the right number for that period. You should refer to, in my report, Q4 from 2022 is the correct number. We put our note on there to say, use it at your own risk, but do your own due diligence. And sometimes errors happen. The city should have checked into it. I found the error right away. So, but that's why we're using page 29 of my report, which is 6 to 7 on the A's.
Okay. So and what you're saying is that for this property here, so 8.75%, what are we using? We're using 7.8. So and you're still using an 8.75% cap rate for 333 McPhillips?
Yeah, and as I said, because as an industrial property, it lacks the major definitions of industrial, which are high cube space and semi-trailer access.
Well, but the point is, if we're looking at this, the area, how much storage, how much product is being loaded into a unit, into a property that has 4 separate units, that's less than 8,000 square feet, because that would work out to 2,000 square feet per unit, roughly, a bit less. And there wouldn't be any need to storage properties here. So wouldn't this be closer to like an industrial strip mall?
Well, there you're pointing out the second defect in it, and that the bay sizes are too small for industrial users. So all of this means is that when you put a building like this on the market, instead of having the ability to market it to 100% of potential industrial users, you're only going to be marketing to about 25 to 40% of industrial users. So your target audience is smaller, which means that you have less competition for space, and you're not going to achieve as high a return on it. That's the truth, or that's the theory
but
behind.
You could say that in the reversal, and not say that a lot of people who'd be interested in this type of product would not be interested in a 30,000 square foot industrial building.
Well, they, maybe you weren't listening to me earlier about flex bays. They call them flex bays because they can change the bay size and rent to people bays anywhere from 6,000 feet and upwards.
But that's not this type of property, Mr. Neufeld.
But no, that's why they call it flex, and that's why it's more desirable in the market, because you can offer it to a greater portion of industrial users. This one, you're very, very limited as to what industrial user you can market it to. You got a sign maker. You formerly had a guy who sold batteries, and that's your limit. You're not getting a user. You're not appealing to a broader range of users.
No further questions.
I did have one question. Just in regards to the comment you made about the vacancy. You said you were using 15%, or you are using 15% based on your page 1. Do you know, are they actively looking for tenants? I wasn't able to find any listings.
I think at this point in time they are. I think there was a period when they weren't capable of doing it. The reason we considered that is because regardless of who caused it, that's what it's at. And if you go to market a property and you say, I've got a building I'd like to sell, and by the way, I'm only 1/3 full, of course you're going to get smacked on the market for a lower price. So that's the market doesn't care whose fault it is, if they care what it is. That's why people, when they go to sell properties, they fill them up before they sell them to get a higher price. That's the theory.
Okay, so you're saying that they are trying to fill the building?
They are now, yes.
Do you have any listings or support that they are actively looking for tenants?
I've never looked for the listings.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Whitbread?
Yes. You made a statement that the land or the property was vacant for years, Mr. Neufeld. Can you elaborate on that a bit? How long? You told the story about why, but specifically,
Okay.
how long has it been vacant, and is it vacant at the reference date?
The battery part of the building, which is the north section, was vacant from approximately 2019 to the current time. Brushfire Signs, which is the unit 3, the second from the north, appears that the sign has always been up, but it hasn't been in operation for some time. It's a family business, and that's their unit. They haven't been operating it.
You don't know what sometime means, or can you?
No, I think I would refer to the letter that the owner gave us, is that starting with his stroke in 2021 until the current time.
Okay.
And the two sections on the south end, there was an occupant in 2007. They were gone by 2009. And I'm just looking at street view of the signs. There are no signs up at all for it. And I'm imagining, I'm assuming from what the owner said to us that area has been vacant. I think it's just the brush fire part that has had continuous occupancy.
Now, up to 23, was there an effort to sell the building before then, as the trouble started to occur?
I don't think there was anybody around to do it. It was in limbo. That's what we're getting from Mr. Gilfix, is that no efforts were made. They weren't capable of doing so.
I understand. Thank you. No further questions.
I thank you. Mr. Serene?
Yes, just to clarify, you talked about the square footage being 8,164 square feet. So your value is based on this premise, but your value is 460,000 rounded.
Yes, that's correct. I'm doing it on the gross area, and it's just a principle of measurement. I don't, like I say, I don't ever see gross ups, they're called, for common area in buildings like this. So I don't have any evidence to the contrary, so I was going with the 8,100.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
I thank you. Mr. Newfield, because you're not using the lease area, so wouldn't your NOI change at all?
It would depend on the measurement standard. Sorry, I just got to close my door. There's people out there. They're having a party. It's the real estate forum reception. You're making me miss it. But, the change to the value to use the smaller area, yeah, it would probably drive the value downwards. But again, we had limited information, and I don't, as I said before, if a change that would drop the value is kind of unfair to present to anybody. It's like the assessor. Yeah.
So you're going for 460?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I thank you. All right. Mr. Assessors, the floor is yours, sir.
Great, thank you. So we've already read in the file number and the roll number. Our property description.
Let me just do one thing. Madam Secretary, please note that there was some late evidence submitted by the applicant for this here, but the city is not in opposition to it. Just for our record. You okay, Fran?
Yep.
All right. Mr. Grisham, proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll proceed with the bottom portion of page 1 with the property description. It is one building consisting of 4 premises. The year built was 1963, and the wall heights are 14 feet. The land area was 14,347, and the leasable area is 7,431 square feet, giving us a land to plan of 1.76. So moving to page 2, you'll see there was the sale that was referenced. It was a dollar sale with a sworn value of $670,000. Did you want to speak further to this? I think you had.
No, it's just that when we did the research on the title search, we saw that there was a loan take place by the Joe Fix Holding Limited to Sudnova Credit Union Limited for $600,000. So we don't know the details of that amount, but it's just something that we came across on file. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, that was Merrick speaking to the last portion of the sale there. Moving to page 3, you'll find the maps. The property is located in the northwest quadrant. It's on McPhillips between Notre Dame Avenue and Selkirk Avenue, close to Arlington Street. Page 4 and 5 show the overhead photos of the building and the lot. And you can see the units referenced as 333, 335, 337, and 339. To page 6, you'll find my rent comparables. My lease ranges start between 2018 and 2022. The lease terms are 2 to 6 years. The leased area square footages range from 1,500 square feet to 3,500 square feet. The average wall heights range from 11 to 16 feet. Effective year builds range from 1955 to 1975. And the net rents range from $8.50 to $9.50.
I will also make note, the rent comparables that we used, all were considered with low land to plan ratios. We had land to plans ranging from 1.31 to 3.97. One at 3.97, one at 1.96, and one at 2.62. Moving to page 7, you will find my workup. So there is, as mentioned, 4 units. The total leasable area, 7,431 square feet, giving us a blended rent of $8.54 and a potential rent of $63,470. Applying a vacancy rate of 4%, we have an effective gross income of $60,931. Expenses at 3%, shortfall at $4 per square foot, gives us a net operating income $57,914. The cap rate applied at 7.35% gives us a rounded estimated value of $788,000. Page 8 will include the income summary. Page 9, you'll find our capitalization rates. So our cap rate of 7.35 falls just outside the city's 80th percentile. Page 10 again includes the municipal act excerpts. And page 11 to 16 includes the income and expense mailer that we had covered and we're not in reception of. That concludes my presentation. I respectfully ask the board to confirm the value at $788,000, and I'm now open for questions.
I thank you, sir. Mr. Newfield?
Yes. What was the purpose of discussing a mortgage? What does that have to do with value?
Yeah, we just looked at the, well,
What
the
does it
mortgage
have?
supports the
Question,
$1 sale transfer between the.
question was, what does a mortgage have to do with value?
What does the mortgage? Well, usually sometimes when people purchase properties, they do a certain percentage down and they do a certain percentage cash down and they finance it. So we don't know the details of this because the sales mailer wasn't provided, or there was no sales mailer provided for this property. It's just for information that we use just in terms of the overall valuation of this property.
Have you ever read the municipal board order in 291 Portage?
I am familiar with it, and I disagree with it. Okay. So plain and simple.
Well,
there are so many examples where tax agents will come in and they'll go assessments lower than mortgage values for properties, and I don't see it when I review a property. So there are lots of orders that we disagree with, Mr. Newfield, as you know.
Well, I'm sorry, isn't a mortgage a registration? How does it become a property value?
Oh, it's just for information, and that's it, Mr. Newfield. It's just something.
How many
research?
You know, yesterday I was reviewing a property that might be worth $50 million. They had a mortgage registered of $1 billion. Should I put that value on the building? Because
it's a guideline, Mr. Newfield, and in situations like that, what happens is it close to, like in a situation like that, I would totally not reference a $100 million loan because it's multiple versions of that, and I've come across that as well. Okay. Because what happens is, like, they may purchase they may be the status of title, and they will have a registered sale price listed, but the mortgage in place is a part of a portfolio sale that may include 10 or 15 different properties.
On page 7, there are 4 units with sizes listed. Where did you get these dimensions?
These are the units I referenced. So this is currently what we have in our system as the 4 units.
Where did you get it?
This is what's in our tenancy records. So that's what I have. Where it came from or who submitted, I'm uncertain. It could be from the mailer from 2009.
Okay.
As mentioned, you haven't provided, the client hasn't provided
any updated information. So
This is not a chance for you to argue. I just asked
I'm
where
not
it
trying to argue.
came, where it
I'm
came
simply
from.
stating these are the 4 square footages that we have to make up the entirety of the leasable area.
Okay.
So that's what our records indicate for tenancy purposes. If 4 units were to be filled based on tenants occupying, the information we have is that's the square footages per unit.
Okay, and you said it 3 times, we got it. Now, these units are, as you may now be aware of, are mostly family occupied. Why would you separate them into individual units? Why not treat them as a larger leased area?
Well, the reason why is because we have no updated information. We haven't inspected this property. There are no pictures for in your brief showing us the nature of the units of how this property is laid out. So we're just basing it on previous information that that my colleague here has said 3 times, right? This is what we have on file.
That wasn't the question. The question was, shouldn't they all be joined as one? Wouldn't that produce a lower rate based on your model?
That would be, but we don't have that information available to us.
Okay.
So how do we change something without having good information?
In respect to capitalization rate, does the city actually have any cap rate examples? Have you seen them?
We've done cap rates. Yes, we have.
Have you? Sorry, are they being available, or how do we get a chance to look at them?
What occurred in 2020 is we went through the process of providing a lot more cap information, and at the time, because cap rates can be very subjective, and we realized at the time we wanted to accelerate the process, and it didn't. The decisions that ended up taking place. At the end of the day, it seems like to be a non-starter, so it didn't really matter. We're basing our cap rate study on our internal analysis that we have, and then we show a global perspective on cap rates that are provided by industry leaders.
My question was, do you have any that you're going to be providing
We
as
do not
evidence?
provide that information right now without getting involved into deep cap rate study. We're going past our normal allotted time.
And in your cap rate analysis, do you know if your modelers took into account the interest rate of any assumed mortgage?
Well, what happens with interest rates is that all the sales captured before the summer of 2022 were very, very low. And so, for example, right when COVID occurred, people could get residential mortgages for 5 years locked in for 1.75%. So we've captured some sales that happened when in a low interest rate environment. And then we also captured sales that had taken place once the increases in interest rates took place in the summer of 2022.
And was this only based on the sale date rather than perhaps someone assumed a lower mortgage?
Well, the cost of financing any purchase for any industrial property before the summer of 2022 would be a lot lower than anything that was financed or negotiated after the summer 2022.
What was the adjustment that you used for the interest rate change?
We did our cap rate study based on the sales that ended up taking place after 2022.
Okay, and so that gets back to the question, did you review assumed mortgages on that as well?
We looked at sales that had taken place during the reference period from April 1st, 2023, moving backwards.
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Silen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. When was this property last inspected?
I'm uncertain as to the date of the last inspection. I personally was not able to inspect it.
Okay. And your cap rate of 7.35%, is that, I believe, model driven?
Correct.
Okay. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Whitbread.
So if a building like this was reconfigured for its use during the past couple of years or during the years prior to the reference date, whose responsibility is it to let you guys know so that you can change your numbers, because that may change the valuation? Who should do that?
That would be the building owner.
Yeah, that's the only way you can get that information, isn't it? So
Correct, yeah.
if he doesn't submit it and you present this information, this is the valid information you have and the valid information we get as a board to make our considerations, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the owner would have to either call and notify us or submit the mailers.
Yeah, or submit for building permits and changes, et cetera, and you might pick it up then, even if he didn't tell you, I'm changing the use of this building, I'm changing the configuration.
Yeah, and then another thing as mentioned that we had searched for was current listings to see if one listing or two listing, how many units were being listed based on the vacancy that he was saying at 15%, but I can't find a single current listing for any leases.
Yeah, I understand that. So what we're left to deal with is what you got in 2023, correct?
That's correct. Based on our information, it's 4 units with a total leasable area of 7431 square feet.
I understand. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
I thank you. Summation, either party?
No summation for me, thank you.
All right.
I do. You know, what we're talking about here is some external factors that led to a decline in the building. And when this happens, it's not a question of should somebody be told or should they have done something with it. It just is another historical fact, external force, and it just drops the building. You know, if you're driving your car and you dent it, you go, no, that doesn't count because I dented that myself. No, it's still dented, and it still devalues the property, and that's what we're talking about here. That is the bottom line here. And as far as their responsibility to report, well, sometimes people don't have that ability, and that's why we have boards of revision, and that's why we try to correct errors. Yes, there are lots of times there are gaps in the information. That's what we have to hear to correct. And then there has to be a willingness on both sides to do so. And sometimes the assessor is willing, and I give them credit for it when they do. And sometimes they don't. This particular case, I don't think they have anything to be proud of. Thank you.
As just a general comment with regards to all these properties, because I take tremendous offense to the statement the applicant has stated. We are always open to negotiation, but negotiation's a two-way street. And there has to be give and take on both sides. And this is another example of a potential settlement that we could have avoided today. But unfortunately, there was such a huge gap between the valuations of the properties, hence which is why we're here today. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take another 5-minute break. So, Fran, if you can shut us down for 5 minutes and we'll come back at 4:26, okay? Thank you. Okay, the next property that we're going to go to is 1561 Aaron Street. Mr. Assessor, whenever you're ready, you can take us through this property.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. File number is 24-4174, roll number 13011576500, address 1561 Aaron Street. The roll year is 2025. The reference date is April 1st, 2023, and the assessed value is $929,000. There are 2 buildings consisting of 3 premises with years built ranging from 1956 to 1961 and wall heights ranging from 14 to 18 feet. The land area is 39,992 square feet and the leasable area is 11,004 square feet, giving us a land to plan of 3.63. Moving to page 3, you'll find the maps. The subject property is located in the northwest quadrant on Aaron Street between Wellington Ave and Notre Dame Avenue, close to St. James Street. Page 4, you'll see the overhead photos with the building and lot.
can also see the overhead or side portion on page 5 and 6. Moving to page 7, you'll find my rent comparables. The lease start dates range from 2019 to 2021, with lease terms between 3 and 5 years. The leased areas range from 3,200 to 15,000 square feet. The wall heights range from 12 to 16 feet. Effective years built range from 1956 to 1986, and the net rents range from $5.16 to $13.25. Moving to page 8, you will find the workup. So as mentioned, it does consist of 3 premises, totaling 11,004 square feet, giving us a blended rent of $7.02, and potential rent of $77,195. We have a 4% vacancy, giving us effective gross income of $74,107. Applying expenses at 3% and a $4 shortfall gives us a net operating income of $70,123. After a cap rate of 7.55% is applied, we arrive at a rounded value of $929,000. Page 9 includes the income summary, and 10 you'll find our cap rates. Our cap rate of 7.55 falls outside the city's 80th percentile. Page 11 you'll find the Municipal Act excerpts, and page 12 to 15 includes the income and expense mailer information. That concludes my presentation. I find the value of $929,000 to be fair and equitable, and respectfully ask for the board to confirm this value. I'm now open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Mr. Newfield, questions of the assessor?
Yes, I'm looking at page 8, and you've got 3 units. I'm wondering if you could identify the location of those units on your map.
I don't have that information in front of me as to where the units are located.
Okay. What about the income and expense forms that were attached? Did you review them
In which manner?
to see what the paid rents were?
So let me see
This
here.
was the one.
Yeah. So to answer your question, Mr. Neufeld, what we have here is yep. 1066. Well, they've reported 33,795.
Right, and that's a gross number, correct?
That's what they put on the lease, yes.
They're all the 2 leases that are in place, they indicate that utilities taxes are included in there, correct?
Well, what they have here is they're partially included, they are not including marketing and cleaning and caretaking.
Yeah, okay. So taxes, insurance, management, hydro, water, sewer, heat, wastewater, and arm repair and maintenance are included in these rates, correct?
That is correct.
So the unit of 2795, they're calling 3,000 feet. They have a difference in measurement. I'm indicating $7.06 gross. How does that get to your number? Or does it?
Yeah, like our based on what's been reported here, it does seem that our rents are high.
Okay. And the next question on the vacancy, you've got 4%, but it appears to me that they're indicating a substantial vacancy in this property. Do they not?
So
And that's page 13. They're indicating 4,200 square feet leased up out of the 11,000 potential, correct?
that's what they're reporting, yes.
Okay. And I'm just wondering why you didn't report the sale in this particular case.
I think the sale on this one was, we don't even have a sale for this property.
Okay, well, there is one, but okay, but you're not reporting the sale. Okay, that's fine.
Well, our information shows that there was no sale. When did the sale take place?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm asking the questions at this point in time, so you don't have that. And the construction type on the property, you call masonry bearing walls. You're aware that the shed in the back is just a lean-to?
We're not aware.
Okay.
So I'm just.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Just wait one second.
Newfield?
We wanna, yeah, the sale in question was for $550,000 in 2010. What was the more recent sale, Mr. Neufeld?
No, that was the one I was asking about.
Okay, so
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay,
All right. Mr. Silan?
Just I think rental blended rate was $7.02. Is that true?
that's correct.
Okay, and you said there's 2 buildings here. There's 2 buildings on this property.
2 buildings consisting of 3 premises. Yeah.
This is okay. There was something about a shed or lean-to, but it's 2 physical structured buildings.
Yes, that separate from any lean-to. The lean-to is separate from the 2 buildings, correct?
Okay.
Just pulling up the pictures here. So the lean-to is at the back of the building. The 2 buildings are kind of a zigzag pattern there, connecting or next to each other.
I apologize. Are they actually connected with a pass-through? Is it?
I haven't inspected the building. I haven't been in it, so I'm not sure where the pass-through would be. But based on my overhead photos, there's no gap between the 2 buildings. They appear to be connected.
Based on the information, I think there's just 2 tenants. That's true here. 2 tenants in there.
Based on the income expense mailer and the information we have 2 tenants.
That's all my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Whitbread.
Yeah, so what goes on inside that building or those buildings?
I'm unaware of what the tenant uses the buildings for the
You
tenants.
don't know. So you don't know the impact on the building from the operation of the businesses inside?
I do not know.
Okay. No, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right, I thank you. Mr. Newfield, your presentation.
Thank you. So this is number 3 of 3 of the buildings we're looking at today from the same person who owns the Wall Street site and the Winnipeg site. And I said earlier, hits and misses. This is a nice miss. The building was tenanted at time of sale, and it was a petroleum product building. So obviously there are environmental issues to consider. Since then, it went vacant. The shed at the back was built by the owner himself, wood shed, lean-to, and he does get a rent on it for storage, which has been reported. But a very large part of the space is vacant or was vacant in in 2023. And that would be in the building up front, not the, so what he has is the shed in the back is leased, and the 1,000 feet in the one inside bay is leased, and the rest is vacant as of that time. So the rates we put on it were based on pretty much the new market for this miscellaneous industrial, which is $7 a foot and $3 for the shed. That's roughly what the paid rent is, considering it's all gross rent, and very close on the $7. It's actually higher than they're receiving for paid rent. The error on this would have been consideration for vacancy. At the time we did this up, we did not have the owner's statements and only got them later. So I think had we seen them, we probably would have looked for a higher vacancy rate. I'm not going to change it because I think that the cap rate's a bit on the high side, and I mean, vacancy, you can deal with it in the cap rate, or you can deal with it in a vacancy allowance. A vacancy allowance expresses the problems that exist as of now, and a high cap rate reflects the risks for the future. But there are essentially two ways of dealing with a lack of occupants and tenants that are reasonably the same. The issues on the cap rate, of course, is we have some original construction from 1956, and the quality and condition is mixed. It's a very basic in the front, and then the wooden lean-to in the back. And obviously income stability on something like this is very, very weak. What it has not been accounted for in here, and that's because the person who wrote this up was not aware, is the environmental on it. The tenant at the time he purchased it was in the petroleum business, and so there will be concerns on that part of it. So I'm gonna leave this stand. I mean, I think that the vacancy I would have expected higher, probably close to 10%, but I think then the cap would be probably lower, probably in the neighborhood of 8.25. So it's going to end up with the same number, and 634,000 is our value. It's been a long day. I could give you the actual changes how I would write it up, or trust me that this is a good balancing act. And as I said, was a speculative venture, and this one's a failure. And that's my presentation.
Well, thank you, sir. Mr. Gretchen, questions?
I did only have one question. It's just in regards to your page 1. I notice on near the top here, you have 2023 and 2025 assessment values. For the 2023, you have left blank. Is there a reason you're seeking a value less than the 2020 value?
Certainly, the market is worse. We're trained practitioners in our office on the market. Values have dropped. Interest rates went up, values dropped. I absolutely abhor the concept of thinking that there's this gradual increase that we must accept every year. We have now run into turbulent times where it's the opposite.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. I was just curious, like I said.
Thank you. Mr. C. Lane.
Yes, has there been any environmental analysis done, like an assessment or inspection with respect to this property?
No, there hasn't been a call for it, or a requirement. Not to say that one wouldn't be. I can't speculate one way or another what would the result of would be. I was there when he bought it, and I was on site, and The tenant was in the petroleum business. I'm trained enough to know that you see the presence of hydrocarbons, and there will be an environmental issue. I just haven't, we haven't done a measure of it or any sort. I have probably in my career probably done about 400 or 500 sites where there was a environmental issue. So we're you know, it's my job is to identify, like triage almost, and then it's up to the experts. I can tell you that the registration number, though, it's 0074, registered in Manitoba, in contaminated sites. And because I'm just looking at the database, so it is registered as contaminated.
How long was it used for petroleum?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, how long was it used as a petroleum site?
When I was accompanying him on an inspection in 2010, I think they stayed another 3 years. I don't know how long they were in it before. I think 7 years before. I note that the registration was actually against Earthworm Limited, were the original pollutants. So that would have actually predated the petroleum user. I'm just seeing if there's another registration on the site. No, that was it, just a single registration.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
I thank you. Mr. Whitbread?
I have no questions, thank you.
Richard, did you say yes?
I
Or
said
no?
no.
Okay, I thank you. Summation, either party?
No summation from us, thank you.
Mr. Newfield?
Yeah, I obviously we are dealing with situations where there's a vacancy problem and there's an environmental situation, and the assessment department has failed to address that, and yet they were in possession of the documentation that determined that the property was not in great fiscal shape. So that begs the question of whose responsibility it is. Well, the owner stepped up and provided the information. The assessment department did nothing with it.
I thank you. Let's move on to 1327 Border Street. Our secretary pointed out there are 3 points of appeal, Mr. Newfield.
Oh, okay. Let me just, I think I know why. One sec. There's 1327, right?
1327 Border.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
Border Street. Yeah.
That's my ability. Oh, over there might be.
When I asked, there wasn't.
Because there's just.
The property is part of a larger complex, and there are exempt parties in it, not this part of the complex. So I can withdraw those, or you can just rule that they weren't granted.
Mr. Neufeld, I'd sooner you withdraw liability and classification.
Yeah, I don't, how do you,
We'll deal with quantum.
Can I send an email for that?
Yes, I will send you an email, and you can either fill out the form or just confirm
Okay.
the property.
Well, all right, that's fine. We did file the 3 of them together, so it's sort of one economic unit. So yeah, okay, we'll do whatever you want.
Okay, so that part's cleaned up. So 1327 Border Street. Mr. Gretchen, whenever you're ready, you can take us through this property.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. File number 24-3683,
roll number 0701-008-7100. Address is 1327 Border Street, roll year 2025, reference date April 1st, 2023, and we have an assessed value of $900,000. There's one building with one premise. The year built is 1975, and we have 18-foot wall heights. The land area is 14,913 square feet, and the leasable area is 7,511 square feet, giving us a land to plan of 2.02. For this property, I would like to make note that there is a pending muni board. So as you can see on page 2, there are no recent sales. The last sale we have took place in 2002. Page 3 includes the maps showing that the subject is located in the northwest quadrant of the city on Border Street between King Edward and St. James, close to Notre Dame. Page 4 includes overhead photos showing the building and the lot. These continue on page 5 and 6. Moving to page 7, you will find my rent comparables, lease start dates ranging from 2015 to 2022, lease term between 2 years and 10 years, leased areas ranging from approximately 5,100 square feet to 9,500 square feet, and wall heights ranging from 14 to 22 feet. Effective year builts range from 1954 to 1978, and net rents range from $7.25 to $9. I'll also note that our rent comparables, we have land to plan ratios between 1.88 and 3.41, and the subject property was 2.02. Page 8, you'll find the workup. The leasable area, again, is 7,511 square feet. The rent per square foot is $7.31 per square foot, and the potential rent is $54,905. We have vacancy at 4.5%, giving us an effective gross income $52,434. Expenses at 3% and shortfall $4 per square foot, giving us a net operating income of $49,509. 5.5% cap rate has been applied, giving us a rounded value of $900,000. Page 9, you'll again find the income summary. Page 10 will be the capitalization rates. Page 11, you'll find the Municipal Act excerpts. And pages 12 to 30 include the income and expense mailing information that was submitted. That concludes my presentation, and I respectfully ask the board to confirm the value at $900,000. I'm now open for questions.
Well, thank you, sir. Mr. Newfield, questions?
So you were going through a bunch of information about construction. What were you referring to?
Sorry, could you say that again?
You were going through a bunch of information. You were talking about rents and ranges and things like that. What was that in reference to?
Oh, my comparables.
Your comparables. Sorry.
The leases
Okay.
ranged from 2015 to 2022, yada, yada.
Okay. No, I thought you were talking about the rest of the complex. My mistake. And the current tenancy, did you review that?
I did. So tenancy, our records indicate that the property has been occupied since 2005.
And the actual tenant is a flooring company, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And their rent is on your page 29 is listed as $675 a square foot, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. But you haven't used that rent?
Once again, say that again, sorry.
You didn't use that rent though, did you?
Our rent is the model driven rent.
Okay. And your, the layout, land layout is shown, I guess this is a bit off center on page 5, correct? What's the land building ratio here?
2.02.
And that's fairly low, isn't it, for an industrial property?
It is on the lower end.
And did you look at the rest of the complex? Do you have an overhead on that? This is an attached building with 2 other rolls. I'm just wondering if you looked at that. Is it similar in the rest of the complex?
Sorry, I'm just not seeing an attached building.
No, we're just looking at the one property, Mr. Neufeld. We didn't look at other than the mailer, we didn't look at any aspects of the other 2 properties.
Okay. So is there any room for semi-trailer parking on this property anywhere?
My picture on page 5 shows a semi backed up to a loading door. Same
Right.
as page 4. I mean, there's room for loading. There's no turnaround if that's what you're asking.
Well, that picture shows the semi-trailer encroaching somebody else's property, correct?
Looks like it's encroaching the street. As mentioned, it is a lowland plan. I'm not arguing that.
Okay.
But also, I guess to mention, I already mentioned my comparables I also looked at had lowland to plan ratios.
Right. And on your capitalization rate, do you have any, sorry, why would somebody invest in this property for a 5.5% return in 2023 when you can could get a bond with a better yield than that?
Well, in 2023, I don't think interest rates were that high at that time. And the low cap rate is directly reflected in the small size of the building here. So, you don't need an 18-foot semi-trailer to load property on a 7,200 square foot property. There's not that much room for inventory for storage. So there's no.
Well, you're arguing again. I just asked, and so your answer was you didn't think the bond rates were that high, and you thought that the interest rates weren't high in April 1st, 2023. That was your answer, correct?
Well, what we're saying right now is in the marketplace, we're using a 5.35% cap rate based on all the sales that had taken place prior to April 1st, 2023. So it's 5.5, and we're looking at all the sales, right?
I'm just talking about the quality of investment, and you're suggesting that this is a better return than a bond. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, then you don't know the answer to it then, correct?
Well, the point is, I'm talking about the analysis that we did for our cap rate study, and a part of the analysis is the size of the building. And so we derived the 5.5% cap rate based on the size of the building and the condition of the building.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Salen.
Yes, do we know anything about the sale of the property in 2002 for $3,930,000?
I'm not aware of any information regarding the sale.
Looking at the master rent roll, is I assume there's multiple tenants in this. This is one building with a whole group of tenants, like a whole whack of tenants. Is that true as well?
It's a question for us.
Sorry, are you asking me or Mr. Neufeld?
actually. I thought I was asking you. I would,
We have the building as one building, one premise.
But
okay,
on the rent roll, is that, so all the, what's been reported on the last page of page 30 on our rent roll is that all the blended rents are $7.58.
okay, so there's multiple tenants and you
Yeah,
let-
because what has happened here, they only gave us one mailer for 3 different buildings. And so this roll number is by itself, it's standalone with only one tenant, which is Imperial Flooring. There's like 2 other buildings that were included with that rent roll.
okay, so it's Imperial Flooring, and it's one tenant, one building.
Correct, but the mailer they submitted includes multiple buildings, hence the other tenants.
Super, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all my questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Whitbread.
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Summation, either party?
No summation from me, thank you.
I was gonna try to present if I could.
You know what? I lost my place. So, Mr. Newfield, you may proceed with your presentation. Sorry about that.
No, it happens. You want to go, I get it. So do we all.
No.
So 1327 border is part of a larger complex of, it's actually 7 titles, 3 rolls, and 140,000 square feet. And they have a shared access down the middle. The sale referred to of 3 million was for the entire parcel. And incidentally, the cap rate on that was 13.3% at the time they purchased it. And that one I did use as a comparable. So the actual paid rent, now I had a $7 rent, and I think I was looking at some post-reference material on that rather than the actual year. So I know the assessor's number of 6.75 is correct. I'm just looking to see where we source that on page. No, that's.
I think you're right.
Yeah, page 2. I'm not sure if this came from a statement after the date. It may have been a step to 7, but the lease, at least on what we're presenting here, it gives you an idea that it was renewed in 2020 for a 5-year term, and it was either $6.75 or $7. So that's the actual. That's what we're using. As far as the vacancy goes, I saw that, and I there's an obvious error. I don't know where those rents came from, or those rent vacancies came from. We concur with the assessor's amount, and I'm making an adjustment at 4.5%. In regard to the non-recoverables, these are the actuals, and the statements that are included below show you the non-recoverable expenses. Now they were 95,000 for the entire unit, but that does include, what does that include? There was a, nope, that all belongs in non-recoverables. Those are expressions of the costs of carrying space and filling it back up, not recoverable from tenants. And in 2020, the year before, so it was 95,000 in 23 and 68,000 in 2020. Some of this, of course, is already covered in a shortfall expense, but they're definitely high up there. And we just put in a number of let's see. Okay, so it was adjusted down to 45,000 from the 68,000, which makes sense for the shortfall calculation. As far as the shortfall goes, this is the actual shortfall, and this is based on the cost to carry on the subject property. Now, on this particular one, you'll note that on page 2, they're only showing $238 for common area, 57 cents for management, and $206 for taxes. What's missing are the utilities, because in this case, the tenant is separately metered, so the landlord doesn't have to, because it's a separate buildings, they don't have to do their charge back. So they've got $495 a foot. With utilities, we estimate that the actual shortfall is $746. And that's probably one of the problems with a lot of the assessors' rates, is that they fail to consider the real range of industrial buildings. So we're using the actual. Now the NOI corrected is, I changed the vacancy, is 44,283. The issues with the capitalization rate is that when you look at what we look at for cap rates for these properties, and I'm talking on page 30, we would see this to be a sub B. So this B's are 6.5 to 7.5, and we peg that at 8%. And the reason why it's a sub B is the major issue on this property. The problem they've had all along with it is, just looking to see if we've given you a nice aerial view of the whole property. We did not. So you can see a partial aerial view on page 3. And the entire property is like this. So if you look at the subject property in northbound, you can see that the distance between the buildings on each side is 1 car width in each side, not semi-trailer space. Well, the limitation on truck size is 40 footers, so we can't take semi-trailers on here. We used to have this really good picture that I showed of this with the semi-trailers next door, so you could actually see how much space you need. So we have a limitation here. In the building, the complex was originally designed with the siding, a rail siding as well. They did have the ability to unload from rail and then put it onto smaller trucks, but not ever semis. The rail siding is completely disabled because rail lines will not deliver a car at a time, or or half a car. They're not UPS or FedEx. It's 17 cars a minimum right now. The property is of interest to, again, the smaller local user and contractors, establishment, that sort of thing. The building immediately north is actually Yellow Quill College, and that ended up being a good user because it's rather obsolete as industrial space, or not obsolete, but it has a limited interest. The users in it, and I think the assessor has provided you the entire rent roll and for your review, and you can see that these aren't logistics companies, office furniture, a lab, bad axe throwing, ice cream. Oh, Prairie West Ice Cream is actually the owner's own business, so that's a security company, and so these aren't your major. These aren't AAA tenants, and that's why the cap rates are lower. It's not the quality of the tenants, it's the quality of the building to attract the high-paying tenants. And that's in our market is the major problem with any cap rate, is to focus on that. So it is, we put it at 8%, and our value after my change was $554,000. That's after the increase in the vacancy rate to 4.5, or the decrease, I should say. So it does suffer from those deficiencies, and but what is correct here is the actual vacancy, which is 8%, and it has run a fairly high vacancy rate. We haven't used that in it. If we use a lower, the issue I was telling you before, dealing with vacancy can be capped, can be vacancy rate. If you miss it on one, you get it on the other. So that's our value for this property, and It's not premium industrial space. It's third tier. And today, the performers in industrial are mostly located in the Arm or Rosser. They're cross-dock and distribution facilities with high cube space and semi-trailer access and easy in-out to the Trans-Canada. That's what people are willing to pay more for. And larger buildings, larger capacity, and logistics. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gretchen, questions of
My only question,
Mr.
if I could just
Dukel?
get you to repeat your value after the adjustment to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the precise number is 553,535, which we've rounded to 554,000.
554. Perfect. Thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Silang.
No questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread.
I have no questions, thanks.
I have no questions either. Summation, either party?
I will as soon as the assessor decides.
No summation from us. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and just make sure I do get the final say on this here.
Yes, yes.
Turn off Merrick's mic. Just a couple things I want to point out, and some refer to the whole day. You heard 3 separate occasions where the assessor said, well, we should have been looking at a lower value, but we're not. We're going to defend it. And I think that's something that was really resonating with me. Like, in order to get us to agree, you got to ask us the question. It's just like going out on a date. You won't get accepted until you ask the question. You're not going to sit in the corner and wait for someone to pick you up. Ask the question. We'll see if we can work something out. But there's an indication that they know some of their assessments are not correct. And the last thing I wanted to say, I asked a question about the bond yield, and I just double checked it because this came up, someone had told me earlier. The bond yield on April 1st, 2023 was 5.6%. The cap rate the assessor is suggesting is 5.5%. So he's suggesting that this piece of real estate, a third tier industrial property, is a better return on my investment than if I invested in a government bond. And that's it's not about the parameters. Everything in cap rates is about money, period. It's money, money, money. It's what can you get for a return? Returns follow the interest rate. Bank of Canada rate, April 1st, 2023, in my evidence, 4.75%. You have to pay for a mortgage. And for that's Bank of Canada. Then there's the uptick from the banks themselves. You have to make more money on your return than you're paying interest on your loan, 3 to 4 points higher. We're on the right track here. We know that interest rates have gone up, and at April 1st, 2023, where there were transactions, they were very limited because people were sitting and waiting till things improved because you just weren't getting a good price for your product. But they were creeping, as our report said. There are going to be selected properties that'll be in double digits, and that's the nature of this. So the question the assessor asked me was, why did you want a lower value? And the reason is because values in most real estate fields have decreased, not increased. The increases were seen in the logistics and distribution warehouses in Centerport. They were getting super rates. I'm not gonna $11, $14 with TIs, great rates. But that's also displacement. That means the ones in the city that are inferior, like all the ones you've seen today, are losing ground to them, and they have to compete with them. They're not getting the same rates, and then those places were doing were more immune to the interest rate problem. The rest of the world wasn't. Everything went down in value, but due to interest rates, whether it be land, retail, office suffered the worst. It's the first time in decades that Manitoba has seen a decrease in real estate values. And I don't think the assessment department has caught on to it yet. I think they're still sticking with dated data that came out before the rate change. And we have a law, reassess every 2 years. It's supposed to catch this. Now, in the next 2 years from now, the rates will probably be back, the rental values will be back up. Right now they're down. And I'm sorry we had to wait so long. I had one. Now everybody else can go have one. And I don't know, I'm not referring to anything here.
Thank you, Mr. Newfield. Madam Secretary, please note for this one here, there was a late evidence submission by the applicant, but the city had waived their opposition to it, and we heard the property in question. So, and that is also applicable to the 1561 Aaron Street. It should be noted there was a late submission or a late evidence submission, but we did hear it. So we'll go to the last property that we have in the docket, which is 1611 Brookside Boulevard. Mr. Assessor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see, file number for this one is 24-3771, roll number 1409-665-0500, address 1611 Brookside Boulevard, roll year 2025, reference date April 1st, 2023, and we have an assessed value of $914,000. It's one building with one premise, built in 1975, 14-foot wall heights. We have a land area of 55,871 square feet and a leasable area of 5,500 square feet, giving us a land to plan of 10.16. I will also mention that this property has a pending muni board. Moving to page 2, you will see a notice of sale from 2021 for $925,000. This is above the current 2025 assessed value of $914,000. On page 3, you'll find the maps. The subject property is located in the northwest quadrant of the city on Brookside Boulevard, just off of Route 90 and close to Centerport. Page 4 includes photos of the building and the lot. Page 5, you'll find my rent comparables with lease start dates ranging from 2016 to 2022, lease terms ranging from 3 to 10 years, leased area ranging from approximately 3,600 square feet to 7,200 square feet, wall heights ranging from 13 to 21 feet, effective year built from 1975 to 1980, and a net rent ranging from $8.75 to $12. Page 6 includes my workup. You'll find the leasable area at 5,500 square feet with rent at $9.65 per square foot and a potential rent of $53,075. Vacancy of 3.5%, giving us an effective gross income of $51,217. After expenses at 3% and a $4 shortfall, we arrive at a net operating income $48,910. Capitalization rate applied is 5.35%, giving us a rounded estimated value of $914,000. Page 7 includes the income value summary. Page 8, you'll find the cap rates. Our cap rate of 5.35 falls in the 20th to 80th percentile of the city cap rates. Page 9 is the Municipal Act excerpt. And page 10 and 11 is the income expense mailer that was submitted. That concludes my presentation. I find the value at $914,000 to be fair and equitable. I respectfully ask the board to confirm this value. And I'm now open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gretchen. Mr. Newfield, questions?
Yes, what you said there's a municipal board outstanding. You can tell me what year that is?
2020.
Oh, 2020. Okay. So, but you know, the 23 value was settled, correct?
Oh, you'll have to give me a minute to pull that information. I believe so.
Okay, and what does this have to do with anything?
This is the applicant's question. I'm just,
Yeah, just why are you bringing this up then?
Well, I think the reason why we bring situations like this up.
I think he's asking him.
Sorry. He's asking us. You're asking us, Mr. Neufeld, correct?
Yeah, yes, I exactly. Why are you bringing this up?
Yeah, the reason why we bring this up is like, one of the things as we go through our process is when we're looking at the applicant's values, would the seller sell us this property, the property that they're seeking a value of, for the value that they're seeking? So, for example, in this situation here, the value that we have here is 372. Yeah, we have an outstanding municipal board value, I think in the 400,000 range. The 2020, the value is 472,000 in 2020, which has been appealed. Yet what we've learned since then, so the value was 2023, Realty Board decreased assessment from 551 to 478. And now all of a sudden we got a sale for this property for $925,000. So it's just like, you know, and today, so when we look at this information, so to answer your question, the reason why we referenced it is because there's an outstanding municipal board that we believe that should be withdrawn. And we have a recent sale to support our current assessment right now.
And did you read your own file on that sale?
Did I read my own file?
Yes. Did
I
you read
have
the
the sales
city
mailer
file?
right now.
You read the city file in regard to that sale?
What aspect of the city file are you speaking of?
I'm asking if you read it. Did you read it?
I'm just pulling up the information with regards to the sales mailer. I didn't read the file notes.
Were you at any of the case management hearings?
No, I was not.
Okay.
1611 Brookside on Avis and notes. So, you know, but just to clarify, if there's information with regards to the municipal board in 2020, you know, we got new information now with a potential sale.
Sorry, that's not what I asked. So you haven't researched the sale, even what's in your files and what's been presented.
Well, it's not in our files, Mr. Well, it's not on the computer files that we have here. And so we have the 2020 realty appeal, what you are seeking for, and the board confirmed our value in 2020. There is no other information in our files that you speak of. And
okay. So the extent of your investigation and the sale was what?
well, they provided us a sales mailer, and we all looked at we did a company search of the two companies involved.
Okay. So then you weren't aware that they sold the business with the real estate?
It didn't. What it did say is that the same business had taken place, and that there was a vendor take-back mortgage on this property.
Vendor take-back mortgage. Now, shouldn't that write off you did tell us about that. Now, wouldn't that right away tell you that the sale's not valid?
It would be a flag, but there is a previous, it would be a flag, but there's no other items included in the purchase price. And so what we have here is that there's no mention of business value in the sales mailer.
Well, that's why I asked you about case management, because I know it's been presented there and discussed, and that's why we settled last year at $478,000.
That was in 2020, I believe, or
for 23.
Well, Mr. Neufeld, we don't have any notes that
Okay.
it's be here right now. I was not the assessor of that file, so it's hard for me to comment on something that I do not know.
Well, and okay, then don't you think it would have been prudent to do your research before you showed up here?
We are looking at values that take place, and based on our parameters, we don't feel that this our valuation is out of scope with compared to other comparables in the neighborhood.
And where's this location on Brookside? Can you describe it?
Looking at my brief here, it is just south of Inkster on Brookside Boulevard on Route 90.
South of
And-
Inkster?
No, not Inkster. That's
I
south,
guess so.
if that's what you're
Yeah.
looking.
No, Inkster Boulevard is number 25 here.
Yeah.
Highway 25 on our brief is Inkster Boulevard.
Is Brookside at this juncture paved?
Paved?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, it looks paved.
Okay. And ditches or curbs?
A small ditch.
Okay.
It's an industrial park. A lot of industrial parks don't have sidewalks.
Well, I understand. I'm just, what about the lot itself? Is it, sorry, I was just looking at it. Is the lot paved?
Is a lot paved? It seems part of it is paved, part of it's not paved.
Okay.
And then looking at the exterior of the building, it doesn't look like a 1975 building.
Have you been in it?
Just what I see on Google Maps here right
Okay.
now.
And the land shape irregular, correct?
Yeah, it seems to be right. We're rectangular.
What's the width?
I don't have access to that.
Okay. And this evaluation was all done by the model?
Yes.
And including and your rent comparables, I don't know what's the right word for it, located a bit further inland, like on Century and Dublin and St. James?
It's not on the outskirts of the city, no. But what they are
okay.
is they are similar size, and they are of similar wall height.
And I'm gonna assume that we've been through the cap rate argument already, and just assume that we're not gonna duplicate it with this. I'm assuming all the questions and your answers to the questions if I asked you would be the same as prior, correct? I'm just trying to save some time here.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, then those are my questions.
The one interesting thing that's reflective of this property, and when I compare it, it's just that in this situation here, our land to planned area is 10.1 to the property. So the land area is 55,000 square feet, and we have a leasable area of 5,500 square feet. So in this situation, because this property here, it's clearly a situation where it's surplus land, not excess land. So we didn't put an extra value on this property here for the land, and that would be more captured in the rent. And when we look at all of our comparables, as Travis has mentioned, this is by far the largest. It's significantly, the land to plan ratio is significantly higher than any of our comparables that we have.
Right, but again, you don't know the width, do you?
Not really.
I don't know.
Just if you give us a sec, we could probably measure it quickly. It doesn't seem to be, I don't know, I would say more than 50 feet. It's 1611, right? Let's go distance.
I got 90 feet when I look at it. Seem about right?
Well, I was just estimating, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I did 100 feet.
okay, all right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
I thank you. Mr. Silem,
Sure. You mentioned surplus land and excess. Can you give me a brief description of your surplus land versus excess?
Well, so if we use a building ratio, but we haven't placed any addition. So this is clearly a situation like Mr. Whitbread had spoken before, because the property that we had on Error and on Wall Street was that the building size was very small and the lot was very big, and it had a similar ratio. But in that situation here, that had the potential to clearly be developed or clearly be expanded here. In this situation here, what happens is we have the front of the building and we have a back sort of storage compound area. And so in this situation, there is value in the land, but what happens here, it doesn't have the same value. It's like clearly it's a situation where it's surplus land, not access land for other development.
This is a single tenant owner occupied
Correct.
building.
Yeah, it's the building size is only 5,500 square feet, so there's only one tenant here.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
I thank you. Mr. Whitbread.
I have none, thank you.
Just to follow up in regards to why wouldn't you determine that there's excess land here?
Why would
I
we
mean,
determine
the
that
ratio that like the ratio should normally
it's not excess
be.
land in this? It's a surplus land situation, which wouldn't carry the same value.
The difference between surplus and excess?
The difference is because surplus land is just extra value that's a part of the property. Excess land is clearly where it can be divided and separated. I know in the past, when I was dealing with car dealerships and when buildings had large land to building ratios, and there were situations where we were mindful of it in the past. And so in this situation here, it's clearly surplus, not excess. Because when we're looking at the property here, when we looked at the property on Aaron on Wall Street earlier on today, that was a large frontage at a large width, and that had the potential for development. This one clearly does not. It has expansion. The building order could expand, which is why it's surplus, but it's not excess in this situation, which is why we don't have an additional value on the land value.
All right, thank you. Mr. Newfield, your presentation.
Okay, so the subject property, first of all, the sale was from one owner operator to his employees, who then took over the operation, and the assessor's already told you there's a vendor take back. Both of those on their own would eliminate the sale from any consideration for determining market value. They were done for other reasons. You could probably figure out how to adjust a vendor take back, maybe, but you could never figure out how to factor in the sale of the business with it. And just so you know, I'll give you even the names of the people. It was Scott Sellers to Devin Penner. Those are the two people, both involved with Red River Siding. And so that's why last year, when we got this to the board of revision and we went through it, that's what we're discussing in the case management, because the sale's popping up even though it's post reference, but it's not a factor at all. It was an internal issue. We've used a rent of $7 a foot on it because that's kind of what we're seeing is the number you're getting for third level industrial. This is not a special property. The biggest problems with it are that it's actually a low ceiling building, and which is the less useful than a higher ceiling building. 14-foot exterior wall height, that means about 11 and a half clear space. Not a good height. You're not putting in big vehicles, and the narrow lot, whether it's 100 feet wide means you don't have semi-trailer turning capability. you can bring a semi in and you have to back it out. And that's not a good lot. And that's what's the detraction on the market. The world is about logistics and semi-trailers in Winnipeg because we are the middle of Canada. Road transport rules. Road transport sets the standards for industrial, and this is located in that part of the city that's mostly all logistics. As a result, it's gone to a lower value use, which is for a siding company, and they've got some outside storage that on their site. We've used in this case the 4% vacancy. I think, I don't know why the assessor's at 3.5. It doesn't matter. It's not a major issue, no matter what it does. And the other major factor is the capitalization rate. And I was looking at this rate, and again, I think that it's not it's not horrible. It's not like the quality of the one we just looked at on Sherbrooke, yeah. But it's not that bad, but it's not great. It's going to be at the higher end of our range. I would think when I'm looking at this that it's probably going to generate about an 8% cap rate, and that would be a value of just throwing my calculator around. Now I lost it. Oh, here. Duh. Of 418,662 rounded to 420,000, and that's what we're making as our final value. I'm trying to think if there's anything else on this. Oh, I asked the question about the paving because the lot is not fully paved. The approach is. So the current bylaw requires full paving because the city doesn't want people tracking gravel onto their paved roads because it tears them apart. So that's a legal non-conforming use. A change in use would get the bylaw people out there, make you pave your whole yard. You can see on page 3 what I mean is that the paving ends at the side of the building or at the end of the building, and it goes to gravel. So that's not permissible anymore. The other problem with access on it is if you look at the approaches, Brookside's a 2-lane, two-way traffic, and it's not the greatest for bringing trailers in. As it gets more and more volume, when they moved in, there wasn't a lot here, but now there's more. These are issues that just, it's not doom and gloom. It's no good. It just means that there's better properties in the market than this, and better choices for people, and as a result, this just drops in its interest to both users and investors. So our value is 420,000. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Assessor, questions?
All we're gonna say is that with regard to these properties, a lot of these properties are under 10,000 square feet. There's no need for huge trailers. They're essentially industrial strip malls. So hearing the same argument over and over again is a bit redundant from our eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Selan?
No questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Whitbread?
Just in summary, that you have confirmed you've changed your cap rate to 8.0, and that gives us a new value of 420,000 in a verbal recommendation or a verbal submission. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chairperson, please note that this was a late evidence submitted by the applicant, and the city had wavered their opposition. So we did hear the presentation. We have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned. So thank you kindly, Mr. Newfield, Mr. Assessors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you.
And if you know where I am,
job.
and if you
Did
know
a
where I
fine
am,
job.
If you know where I am, you can come to the party.
Right.